that we ask our troops to swear by, to live by. The very, very least we should expect of the Commander-in-Chief is to be as competent, disciplined, and professional as the men and women whose very lives hinge on his capacity to lead, on that competence and professionalism we expect to see in the White House. The Creed makes clear that our troops will never quit, that they will never leave a fallen comrade behind, yet Cadet Bone Spurs is someone who will always quit. And every hour he orders our service members to remain in unnecessary growing danger, he is proving that Donald Trump does not give a damn about leaving a comrade or so many comrades behind. Every moment that Donald Trump leaves our heroes mired in the muck of this illegal war of choice in Iran, he is showing that he cares more about saving his own face than leading our troops. So I come to the floor today with a simple question. Our military men and women go out there every day and do their jobs, no matter the risk, all on Donald Trump's orders. So I ask you, Mr. President, why the hell can't you do your job too? Why can't you live up to the same level of proficiency as our troops? Look, I'm proud of every mission I completed in Iraq, but I would never, ever wish another endless, needless, unjustified war like the one I served in on anybody else. I wouldn't wish it on the heroes who are packing up their rucks right now, knowing they may never touch American soil again. I wouldn't wish it on their families who are being forced to spend their days anxiously awaiting news from half a world away. And I wouldn't wish it on the American people who want their president to focus on bringing the costs down here at home, not starting new, expensive, taxpayer-funded wars continents away. But Trump either doesn't understand or he simply doesn't care about that. From the moment this conflict began, the president has tried to shroud his incompetence behind the valor of our service members. When asked to justify his illegal actions, Donald Trump's tried to hide his cowardice behind our heroes' courage. He's tried to act as if questioning why we're at war is the same as questioning the skill and bravery of our troops themselves. It isn't. And I'm here to call bullshit on the President of the United States, because I know that our military will always do the best job possible. When given a mission, our service members will say, yes, I will serve. They don't say, why me? They don't ask, will I be safe? No. They dust off their boots, they show up, and they do what's asked of them to the best of their ability every single time after time, tour after tour, no matter the risk, no matter the sacrifice. They will always execute their orders to the maximum capability of their professionalism, and they are proud to do it. That isn't the problem. The problem here is that the person who's supposed to be leading them spends more time talking about his Marie Antoinette ballroom than he does sitting in the Situation Room trying to get us out of this war. The problem is the guy who claims to be making America great again looks at the word America and only sees the letters M and E in the middle of it. The problem is that the Commander-in-Chief not only has no idea what the end state is like for his war of choice, but properly doesn't even know what the term end state means at all. The problem is that even in the last 2 weeks, the man who is in charge of our nation's nuclear codes has himself gone increasingly nuclear. He's not believing literal war with Iran is enough. He's now gone on to proverbial war with the Vatican, choosing to pick fights with the Pope of all people, the Pope, rather than try to engage in any semblance of real diplomacy to end the conflict in the Middle East. He's threatened to annihilate an entire civilization, terrifying people overseas and here at home who are understandably worried about retaliatory strikes. And now, after one half-assed day of so-called negotiations with Iran, he's whipsawed to the next risky frontier in the region, a dangerous, complex, partial military blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, launching it at our nation's expense with no justification, no explanation, or any real plan of what comes next. His only plan seems to rely on the valor, the willingness to sacrifice, the professionalism of our military men and women. But let me tell you, that is not enough. They need a true commander. But Trump is Trump, and he is actively, unabashedly telling us how to ignore what we are all seeing with our own eyes. He's trying to declare mission accomplished despite his obvious failures at every single turn. He's declaring, and I quote, "We did it, we're winning," after all signs point to the opposite. We're still at war. Americans are still at risk. Civilians across the region are still dying for no reason that anyone can truly articulate. In reality, the only thing that Donald Trump has accomplished over the last 6 weeks is more chaos. Because of his choices, a new younger Ayatollah is in charge who seems even more radical than his father was. 13 American heroes have been killed, with hundreds more wounded. More Gold Star parents are grieving their children. And more American families are struggling to afford the spiking gas prices. They're unsure if they can pay even more every time they go to the gas station. But they have to, because they need to get to work. They've got to take their kids to school. They've got to take their aging parents to the doctor. The farmers of Illinois, the farmers of this great nation, have seen at the time that we should be planting, their input costs skyrocket because of Donald Trump's war of choice. Look, war is always tragic, but when it's preventable, when it's unjustified, it's not just tragic, it's a travesty. Trump wouldn't let himself be dragged in by the bone spurs to serve in Vietnam. So how dare he drag our nation into a war of his choice today? But this draft dodger, this 5-time draft dodger, is too infatuated with maximum pressure to make a serious effort at even minimum diplomacy. Once again, the Trump foreign policy doctrine has proven reckless, senseless, and dangerous. A doctrine in which fact and fiction are one and the same, one in which our commander-in-chief seems to come to military decisions by virtue of temper tantrums and announces them via tweet in the middle of the night, and one in which avarice outweighs advice every single time. Look, unlike Trump, I actually know what it's like to leave your blood soaking into the desert sand a half a world away. So I know what it's like. I know what it's like and what is at stake for the troops this administration is sending into harm's way. We must safeguard their valor and their professionalism by doing our jobs. I can tell you this, it's a whole lot easier to cover your eyes and order other Americans to sacrifice their children and sacrifice themselves if you don't have to do any of the sacrificing yourself. It's easier to send other people's children to fight in a war if you know your own children are cozy in a penthouse suite somewhere. It's easier to ignore the everyday realities of war from inside the hallowed halls of the White House, where you've got McDonald's being DoorDash to the Oval Office. But it's nearly impossible. It's nearly impossible if you've been actually outside the wire yourself. So I've come to the floor today to keep true a promise I first made over 2 decades ago. I ran for Congress, not because I wanted to be in Congress, not because I wanted to be a congressman or a senator. I ran for Congress to honor the men and women who carried me out of that bloody war zone. I made a promise that when the drums of war started beating again, I would be in a position to make sure that our elected officials fully consider the true cause of war, not just in terms of money, but in human lives and in the sacrifices of the men and women who wear the colors of this great nation. That was the vow I made to the troops I deployed with and to all of those who've served since I've hung up my uniform. I'm here today under this great Capitol dome to keep that most sacred oath, because right now, thousands of our troops are ready to do their jobs, even if it means laying down their lives. And it's tragic, it's disgusting, to me that even as they prepare to do their jobs, our president and some members of this chamber seem so eager to neglect their own. So as those drums of war echo louder than they have ever in years, I am here to remind Donald Trump that he does not have the authority to unilaterally force us into war. He may never have read the Constitution, but I have. So let me direct his attention to Article 1, which makes clear that only Congress has the power to declare war. We are the ones tasked with deciding when and how Americans are sent into combat. We are the ones charged with that most solemn duty. Yet Trump is acting as if Article 1 simply doesn't exist, as if obeying the Constitution is optional, as if our founding document is just a yellowing, crumbling piece of paper that he can crumble up and toss into the garbage can at will. This should not, must not be a partisan issue. No matter if you're struggling to pay rent, or if your name is plastered in fake gold on a building on Fifth Avenue, no one can ignore the Constitution, especially if you've sworn an oath to defend it. No matter if you're a Mar-a-Lago worker pulling down double shifts of the President of the United States, no one is above the law. Look, I believe fully that there are certain solemn, urgent times when our military must be called upon to defend us. There are certain moments when the threat in question is significant and imminent, instances when military force is the most effective tool at hand, and that using it is necessary to protect America and her interests. The thing is, from what little information the Trump administration has shared publicly that he hasn't immediately contradicted, and sometimes the same sentence, this was not one of those times. But if the administration thinks that I'm wrong and there was imminent, reasonable, actual threat to America, then guess what? The floor is theirs. Come to the Senate, which is 20 minutes from the White House. It's not hard to find. It's even faster in your motorcade, Mr. President. It's not hard to find us. We're the building with the big dome on top. We're only a 20-minute walk. Trump knows where the Capitol building is. It's a spot he told the insurrectionists to march towards on January 6th. So if his team actually believes that war is unjustified, then they need to come to Congress and do their jobs. Explain their case, giving the American people a say through their elected representatives, the members who sit at every one of these desks in this chamber. They need to respect the American people enough to finally tell them why they're being forced to bear the cost of this conflict, both in dollars and cents and daughters and sons. They need to respect our service members enough to prove why war with Iran is worth more children growing up without their mom or dad. They need to make it clear that they've thought this through and well enough that they can actually articulate what an end state with this war of choice in Iran would even look like. Then, when their case has been made, when the debate here in Congress is completed, then the members of this chamber must vote. It's our duty. Yes, it is our burden. It's the least we can do for those who are willing to sacrifice everything to safeguard this democracy. But if the Trump administration refuses to do that, if they refuse to adhere to the Constitution, well, then it begs the question, what are you hiding? What are you hiding, Mr. President? We already know you're incompetent. What else are you hiding? Look, we've now been at this war of choice, of Trump's choice, for a month and a half. Thousands are dead, grieving, wounded, suffering. Only someone as inept and unfit, someone as callous and cruel as Trump would see this as winning. Only a draft-dodging coward would think that this is the right way to engage in a war. Only a man so unqualified to be commander-in-chief would be proud to keep on risking our heroes' lives without even a concept of a plan for how to get them back home without risking more graves at Arlington. We can't let this chaos continue unchecked. As our troops continue to sacrifice whatever is asked of them, we senators need to do the absolute minimum required of us. That's why this week I'm calling up my War Powers resolution, demanding that the Trump administration finally end this illegal war and to call for some actual public oversight and accountability on behalf of the American people. It will come to the floor for a vote shortly. So to my Republican colleagues, you have a choice, a simple one, really. You can vote with me to end this conflict and show that you actually care about putting America first, like you claim, or you can vote to put Trump's ego first, proving that when push comes to shove, you care more about protecting Trump's thin skin than the Constitution that you swore to defend. At this point, it's pretty clear. Donald J. Trump will always be more interested in looking out for his own self-interest rather than truly serving American interests. So my question is, if any of my Republican colleagues are actually brave enough to stand up and tell Donald J. Trump, the 5-time draft-dodging coward, enough. Thank you. You have the floor.
President.
Senator from Virginia.
Mr. President, I rise in support of my colleagues' War Powers resolution. I am proud to be a co-sponsor with Senator Duckworth, and I'm very humbled to be here in the chamber and listen to her. Listen to her recount her own experience and her own vow as a member of this body to take the very painful lesson that she absorbed when her future was completely altered by her wartime service and put it to a positive use in trying to protect others like her. Senator Duckworth proves a point that gets proved over and over and over again, that our military serve with distinction and bravery. They serve with professionalism and excellence. But so often, the issue for them is the quality of the civilian decisions about whether they go to war or not. And so often in my lifetime, in Vietnam and Iraq and now in Iran, that brave service was compromised, really betrayed by poor civilian decision-making for improper political reasons rather than careful assessment of what was in America's best interests. I have been asking the question since this war began, have we learned nothing from 25 years of war, unproductive war in the Middle East? And it is pretty apparent to me, having asked that question over and over again, that this administration has not. This administration has not factored in the 14,000 plus deaths in wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. They've not factored in the more than 65,000 American troops and contractors who were injured. They've not factored in hundreds of thousands of civilian deaths. They've not factored in the fact that the U.S. military engagements did not produce a safer region. They've not factored in the $8 trillion spent during those 25 years. They've acted as if that history is now wiped away and we can engage in a war in the Middle East without reflecting upon these lessons that are written in blood and in the precious resources of our nation. And so I'm not going to ask the question again today, have we learned nothing from 25 years? Because I think the answer to that, sadly, is plain. So let me ask a different question. What have we learned in 45 days of war in Iran? What have we learned? I would argue that we've learned at least 3 things. War is costly. An unwise war is deeply unpopular. And those who would make diplomacy impossible make war inevitable. I think those are the lessons that the last 45 days have taught us. First, war is costly. As my colleague laid out, 13 members of our armed services, one who lived in Spotsylvania County, Virginia, who had purchased a home, was within a few months of retirement, wanting to retire to that home with his family, have died. And spouses and kids and parents and friends and brothers and sisters are mourning the loss in this unwise and illegal war. Hundreds of our troops have been injured, and stories come out about the depth of those injuries and the lack of planning that left them exposed to the attacks that caused them to be injured. And while I wish it were otherwise, it's likely that there will be more such stories. But there's also the cost in dollars. We're spending by some estimates between $1 billion and $2 billion a day. We're expecting to see the president sometime soon send over a new request for a dramatic increase in funding to fund this Iran war. But let me talk about cost in a different way, just cost to everyday Americans' pocketbooks. Today is tax day. Today is tax day. President Trump is the taxer in chief. Last year, he imposed chaotic tariffs on the world's economy right before tax day. And those tariffs cost American families a couple of $1,000s each. This one-man tariff war that President Trump started without congressional authority, that was ultimately, in significant part, struck down as illegal by the Supreme Court in February of this year. Last year, right before tax day, President Trump stood up and showed by his actions that he's the taxer in chief. And this year, on tax day, we are seeing Americans pay more for food, pay more for energy, pay more for building supplies because of the actions of this president. In particular, just the price of gas at the gas pump. In Virginia and nationally, the price of gas has gone up $1 a gallon since February 27th, just because of President Trump's unilateral decision to take us to war. Virginians buy 8 million gallons of gas a day. So that's $8 million Virginians are having to shell out of their pocket that they weren't having to shell out because Donald Trump started this war. This is happening in Illinois, it's happening in Connecticut, it's happening in Nebraska, it's happening in every state, and it's happening all over the world. We're reading about economies that are shutting down one day a week. We're reading about street protests in allied nations over the costs of petroleum, all driven by this one man deciding to take us to war. So the first lesson from the last 45 days, war is costly. The second lesson is an unwise war is deeply unpopular. This war is deeply unpopular with the American public. Most of us took the last 2 weeks of recess to travel around our states. I represent Virginia, which I believe is one of the most pro-military states in the country. I spent significant time in the Hampton Roads area, the center of American naval power, where we build ships and subs, biggest Navy base in the world, and I spent a lot of time with Virginians over the last 2 weeks. This war is unpopular. Virginians are deployed and they don't know why, and they don't know when they'll come home. The USS Ford carrier today passes the record for the longest deployment of a carrier in American modern history. They were supposed to be home with their families before Christmas, and they are still deployed away from their families with significant maintenance issues, reducing quality of life on that ship. This war is unpopular. But of course it's unpopular. If you go to war without a clear rationale, and the president has floated 5 or 6 of them, if you go to war without a clear plan, without apparently anticipating what everyone would have anticipated, the closure of the Straits of Hormuz, if you go to war without allies, if you go to war without Congress, the war will be unpopular. No plan, no rationale, no allies, no congressional debate. The war will be unpopular. This was so easy to predict at the beginning. For some reason, the president thought the magic of his own personality could turn a war of choice into something that would be embraced by the American public. The American public is too smart for that. And so an unwise war is deeply unpopular. That's a lesson of the last 45 days. And then the last lesson, I believe, is a profound one that we have to acknowledge, and that is this: those who make diplomacy impossible make war inevitable. The president, the vice president, his UN representative, even within the last 2 hours in a hearing before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, said the war was necessary to stop Iran from getting a nuclear weapon. There was no intelligence that said that Iran was near getting a nuclear weapon. But if what President Trump wanted to do was to stop Iran from getting a nuclear weapon, then he committed one of the most egregious blunders in the history of the United States in his first term when he tore up a diplomatic deal that did precisely that. The United States and our European allies and adversaries, China and Russia, engaged in a 20-month negotiation with Iran that led to an agreement. And on the first page of the agreement, page 1, Iran reaffirms that it will never seek to purchase or develop any nuclear weapons. We had the agreement. with Iran for no nuclear weapons. We had mechanisms of inspection. We have limitations on centrifuges and limitations on the enrichment of plutonium or uranium. We had a diplomatic deal, and the president tore it up. The deal was working according to our allies. The deal was working according to President Trump's first Secretary of State and Secretary of Defense, who urged him to stay in it. The deal was working according to the International Atomic Energy Agency that was investigating and inspecting Iranian facilities. But President Trump took a deal that guaranteed no nuclear weapons ever, and he tore it up. The U.S. doesn't walk away from diplomatic deals. Other nations do that, but the president established a dangerous precedent. And many of us said to him at the time, if you tear up a diplomatic deal, you are paving the path to war. It might be soon or it might not be soon, but you are paving a path to war. If you make diplomacy impossible, you make war inevitable. And that's exactly what Donald Trump has done. Those troops who have died, they've died because Donald Trump tore up a diplomatic deal. The costs that are being experienced by American consumers, we are suffering those costs because Donald Trump tore up a diplomatic deal. The injuries to civilians, to school children, the injuries to American troops, those are occurring because Donald Trump tore up a diplomatic deal. We still have a seal that is available right here on the walls of the Senate that has the eagle representing the United States, and in each claw holding the arrows of war or the laurel branches of peace. And the seal of the United States always has the eagle looking to the laurel branches. We're supposed to prefer diplomacy first. But Donald Trump has decided that a Department of Defense now needs to be a Department of War. And rules of engagement to protect civilians now can be dismissed and called stupid and things that we don't need to follow. I hope this body still believes that America should prefer diplomacy first. I hope this body still believes in the U.S. being a values-based nation, not a bully nation. That's what this vote is about. And that's why I'm so proud to join my colleague to support it. And I will continue to be on the floor with my colleagues every week until we stop an illegal and unwise war. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Connecticut.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I am here on the floor to add my support to the resolution being brought before us by Senator Duckworth. This is the third week in a row that we are having an opportunity on the Senate floor to have a short debate and a vote on the most significant military engagement in the Middle East in many of our Senate careers. We are now a month and a half into this bungled, mismanaged war, and we have yet to have a single hearing in the Senate Foreign Relations Committee or the Senate Armed Services Committee on this war, on this military operation. In the absence of these privileged motions that we are bringing, and I'm thankful to Senator Duckworth for bringing one this week, we would have no debate, no vote on the floor on the authorization of war, maybe the most sacred charge we are given as United States senators. We should not normalize that. We should not fail to note how extraordinary it is that our Senate Republican leadership has declined to do any oversight of a war that is costing billions of dollars every week, that has already led to the loss of over a dozen American lives, that has erupted a regional war throughout the Middle East and is literally melting down economies all over the world, especially in the developing world. Not a single hearing in the United States Senate. Secretary Rubio, Secretary Hegseth have not come to the Senate to explain what their plan is, what their strategy is, what their end game is, and I think we know the answer. They simply can't explain what is happening. They can't articulate a strategy. They are not ready to answer questions from Democrats or from Republicans who, I think, increasingly are starting to scratch their heads about how on earth this is in the U.S. national security interests. Very quickly, because I know we have a number of other colleagues who want to speak, let me just talk about what has happened since we last had an opportunity to vote. First, the impact on the U.S. economy is getting more acute. There are more and more Americans who are unable to make their lives work because we've seen a 30% increase in gas prices since this war began. Farmers have seen a 35% increase in fertilizer, a 50% increase in diesel costs. That increase in agricultural costs is going to almost immediately spill over into big increases at the grocery store. And so amidst high inflation, you are now going to see costs just become prohibitive for a lot of American families. 30% higher gasoline costs simply because of this war of choice. An agricultural economy which was already in crisis. 60% of farmers had already said that they were in a worse financial shape this year prior to the war than when President Trump came into office. Now that gets even worse. What's the impact on our national security? Well, the president has said that there are a bunch of different meandering explanations and objectives for this war. He said that we want to destroy their missile program. Well, what have we found out in the last 2 weeks? We found out that we have come nowhere close to destroying their missile program. In fact, they still likely have the majority of their missiles. And during the ceasefire, Iran has used that time to rehabilitate and rescue many of the missiles and the launchers that were buried in rubble. China stands ready as soon as the bombing fully ceases to help them immediately rebuild their missile program. There is no way this campaign is going to eliminate their missile program. Just the same, we were told that part of the objective of this war was to eliminate their nuclear program, and yet, a month and a half later, they still have all of their enriched uranium. We have not destroyed Iran's knowledge of how to produce a nuclear weapon out of existence because neither are possible through a bombing campaign alone. Sometimes regime change is an objective, sometimes it isn't. The president said, well, we were gone last week, that in fact we've already achieved regime change. Well, technically, there is a new Ayatollah, but there is absolutely no evidence that this new Ayatollah, that this new crowd of elite leadership, mainly coming out of the hardline IRGC, is any less provocative, any less dangerous, any less adversarial to U.S. interests. In fact, the opposite is probably true. A doddering 90-year-old Ayatollah was replaced by a group of leaders that are likely much more fanatical and probably much more effective in their aims to try to attack U.S. interests there and around the world. Of course, one of our objectives is a new objective, the objective to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. The strait was open before this war began. It is now closed. It is unclear whether President Trump knew that they would close the strait and just threw up his hands, didn't care about the impact on the U.S. economy, or whether he didn't know, which would be egregious in and of itself, and was shocked to find out that Iran would close the strait. We are now a month and a half into this war. The strait is still closed. The president is trying to reopen the strait by blockading it, which is a very strange strategy, one that in day 2 of this new plan does not seem to be succeeding. Finally, what's the impact on the world? And I just want to touch on this very shortly. A new war is erupting in the Middle East. Hezbollah was empowered by the attacks, and there is a prospect of a massive new ground invasion of Lebanon from Israel. Already, hundreds have died in that conflict. Last weekend, you likely saw images of just vicious bombings of what looked to be civilian infrastructure happening inside Lebanon. But a new war in the Middle East between Israel and Lebanon, in which thousands will likely die, in which millions will be displaced. That's horrible for U.S. interests, for our allies' interests. The region is exploding in violence, but even more cataclysmic in its scope is what's happening to developing nations. Developing nations' economies are literally melting down right now because a 30% increase in fuel costs for a short period of time is something that wouldn't tank the entirety of the American economy, even though it does great damage to individual families. But in nations where a short-term fuel shortage or a 30% immediate spike is something that a government or a very poor population cannot manage, has caused a lot of these countries' economies to simply melt down. These governments are now closing their public operations. Universities in some developing nations are permanently closed because they can't afford to keep the lights on. There is a rolling disaster happening throughout the world because of these energy price increases that have been designed, manufactured by Donald Trump. So it's not just that the Middle East is exploding. It's not just that we aren't meeting any of our objectives in Iran. It's not just that American consumers are being harmed. There are billions of poor people all around the world whose lives are more miserable, whose lives are slipping into greater chaos because of this war. So we will be down on this floor week after week, every single week, to force at least a short debate, to force a vote. And my hope is that at some point our Republican colleagues, besides one, choose to join us. It is okay for you to support President Trump generally and politically and admit that this war was a massive mistake. We did that when there were Democratic presidents in office. President Obama helped participate in a war in the Middle East, helping the Saudis be involved in a conflict in Yemen. Many of us thought that was a mistake. We came to the floor and opposed President Trump. We actually filed resolutions making it harder for President Obama, making it harder on President Obama to fuel that war. And so I hope at some point our Republican colleagues decide that they can choose to just say what is clear and obvious. This war was a mistake. It should end as quickly as possible, and not believe that that is somehow incommensurate with their broader political support for the president. You can, as a United States senator, occasionally stand up to the leader of your party if it's a matter of right and wrong. I believe this is a matter of right and wrong. Maybe it won't be in today's vote, but hopefully in one of the votes we will continue to have, we can have some bipartisan agreement that this war needs to end. I yield the floor.
The senator from Rhode Island.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I want to salute Senator Duckworth for bringing this critical issue to the floor so that the American people can hear what our views are on this war, but also reflect their views. And I also want to salute here for heroic service in the United States Army. Thank you, Senator. Mr. President, I rise today to discuss the war in Iran. 46 days ago, President Trump unilaterally launched this war. He declined to make his case before the American people. He refused to consult Congress. He failed to present evidence of an imminent threat, and he ignored his advisors, who warned him about the perils of such an operation. President Trump believed he alone had the judgment to engage our nation in a major conflict, and he alone had the ability to secure a quick, complete victory. After more than 6 weeks of war, what has the president accomplished? 13 American service members have tragically lost their lives. More than 300 have been wounded. Thousands of civilians across the Middle East have been killed and injured, and hundreds of thousands displaced. The United States has lost dozens of aircraft, sustained significant damage to our bases, and burned through an alarming amount of our missile inventory and other munitions. Global oil prices have surged more than 45%, and the cost of gasoline and household goods in our communities have risen significantly. American families are bearing the cost of a war they wanted nothing to do with and have gained nothing from. In sum, the president took a difficult status quo and somehow managed to make it far worse. On February 27th, the Strait of Hormuz was open to maritime traffic. American farmers could count on fertilizer shipments. our high-tech chip makers, in whom we've invested billions of dollars, could count on helium deliveries. Today, the Strait of Hormuz is closed. Incredibly, it is now President Trump who is blockading the strait rather than the Iranians. This is a bizarre and incoherent strategy. A blockade will push prices even higher, with ripple effects on food, fuel, and consumer goods across this country, indeed across the world. Additionally, Iran has demonstrated that it responds to military pressure with defiance, not concession. This blockade is unlikely to change Iran's negotiating position, and I worry it will do nothing more than place our service members in greater danger. Only under President Trump's chaotic tenure would a month and a half of fighting result in the United States being in a weaker strategic position than before the war began. Here are the facts. Iran still retains its nuclear program. Its ballistic missile capabilities and drone arsenal, though diminished, still pose a threat. Moreover, the regime has learned it can effectively control the Strait of Hormuz when it chooses. President Trump has badly damaged America's standing with our allies, emboldened our adversaries, and lost any moral authority he had on the international stage. The American people, including many of his own supporters, strongly disapprove of this war. At this stage, we must ask, what comes next? The president has shown he will not listen to military and regional experts and is uninterested in earning the support of the American people. While that is a decision he can make, if he is unconstrained by anything other than his, quote, own morality, then Congress has a duty to constrain him through the powers we hold as the constitutional check and balance on the president. Congress controls the purse. Congress declares war and ratifies treaties. Congress represents and answers to the American people. It is long past time for Republicans to stop avoiding their constitutional duties and start reining in the president's ability to unilaterally wage war. At a bare minimum, it is long past time they hold public hearings with cabinet officials to provide accountability for the American people. Now, I'm relieved that the ceasefire appears to be holding for the moment. The administration should use this time wisely and immediately return to negotiating a diplomatic agreement. That means engaging in serious, structured conversations with Iran to address nuclear weapons, ballistic missiles, their proxy activity, but also the sanctions that are in place and the security guarantees that the Iranians will demand. It also means taking a realistic approach to opening the Strait of Hormuz. The Iranians have a complex, layered network of sea mines, fast attack boats, air and sea drones, missiles, and hidden launch sites in the cliffs around the straits that provide them with many effective options to threaten ships in passage. Even if the United States cleared the Strait of mines and began escorting commercial ships with our own Navy vessels, militarily suppressing and defeating Iran's ambush network is not a sustainable long-term option. A diplomatic arrangement is the only answer. And I must say that to achieve this diplomatic arrangement, the president needs and should announce a group of experts, not real estate developers and golfing buddies, to go over there. This is not going to be settled by the friends of the president cutting a deal. It took us almost 2 years and complicated discussions about nuclear policy, nuclear objectives, et cetera, to get the JCPOA. It's going to take us a while to settle this issue too, and we can't settle it with a casual group negotiating on a weekend. The president said he was shocked that Iran closed the strait and bombarded the Gulf nations in response to his attack. That's rather astounding because everyone with a modest knowledge of the Iranian regime was not particularly shocked. Indeed, the course of this war was entirely predictable. Generations of American military and political experts have examined the Iran problem and repeatedly reached the same conclusion. War with Iran would not achieve our goals. Indeed, President Trump was given the same warning by his advisors. According to press reports, General Dan Kane, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, warned the president of becoming entangled in a prolonged conflict and expressed concerns about U.S. casualties and the difficulty caused by a lack of allies. General Kane also reportedly raised the possibility that Iran would block the Strait of Hormuz, stating it was long believed Iran would deploy mines, drones, and missiles to close the world's most vital shipping lane. A separate intelligence official reportedly emphasized, in his words, it wasn't just predictable, it was predicted. He was told in advance. The president ignored this expert advice and decades of historical lessons and attacked anyway. At this juncture, the administration has realized that the Iranians are not going to capitulate and that the difficult work of diplomacy cannot be wrapped up in a mere 21 hours of negotiation. Facing this reality, the president has several options. First, the president could simply declare victory, as he's done so often, and leave the region without a deal. But what would he leave behind? A battered Iran with more antagonistic and radical leaders who may have concluded the only way to avoid future attacks is to acquire a nuclear weapon. With hundreds of pounds of enriched uranium on hand, that possibility is very real and could be accelerated with Russian, Chinese, or North Korean assistance. Second, the president could launch new military strikes to try to force the regime to surrender. However, this would inevitably result in renewed attacks against our forces in the region and a prolonged closure of the strait. And as I mentioned earlier, the regime has already demonstrated that its threshold for pain is high and its regard for its people is low. An extended military campaign would not change, essentially, the Iranians' negotiating demands. Now, I would propose a third route. The president can resurrect serious negotiations with Iran across the full range of issues dividing our two nations. The agenda must be broad enough for both sides to claim benefit. That's the only way you get to a deal. And we hope the art of the deal is present in this situation. The United States must address nuclear weapons, ballistic missiles, and malign proxy activity, and Iran will seek guarantees against further military operations, sanctions relief, and other assurances. President Trump was foolish, in my view, and reflecting Senator Kane, to tear up the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action he inherited from President Obama. But with careful diplomacy, his administration may be able to regain some of the important pieces that he previously abandoned. But there is an additional obstacle to peace that must be addressed. Prime Minister Netanyahu. Prime Minister Netanyahu has spent the better part of 30 years gathering support for what he believed to be an inevitable confrontation with Iran. His personal and political fortunes are entirely aligned with the continuation of this war. As he faces an election and a criminal trial, he is using the war as personal and political armor. Unless Trump is willing to force Netanyahu to stand down, Israel will continue operations regardless of what America does. Mr. President, this war was ill-conceived. I opposed it, and if it is still ongoing after 60 days, I will vote against an authorization of military force to continue it. I'm proud to be here today to vote in support of Senator Duckworth's proposal. From day one, Trump lacked any clear objectives and realistic views of the consequences. But peace can be accomplished. The path forward requires honesty from President Trump about what military force can and cannot achieve, the discipline to negotiate seriously, I'll underline seriously, and the courage to lead our allies rather than alienate them. Unfortunately, this president, I believe, cannot be trusted to chart this path. He has shown an intractable instinct for destruction first and diplomacy last. He will never secure a peaceful conclusion to this conflict as long as Congress allows President Trump to wage war whenever and however he's fit. Yes, we have to stand up and be true to the oath we all took to preserve and protect the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this war powers resolution. I urge them to choose the path of peace before the cost of President Trump's war become irreversible. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from New Jersey.
Mr. President, I rise today because I had conversations with a woman in New Jersey recently that I just can't get out of my head. I was in Atlantic City and I was talking with a woman there about how she felt things were going in our country and for her and her family. What she said really stuck with me, seared into my mind. She said, with everything going on right now, this war and rising costs, she felt like she was drowning. That was the word that she used, drowning. Mr. President, that's the impact that this war is having on the American people. And when someone is drowning, you don't just stand by and wait. You don't hesitate. You don't wait for somebody else to act. You act with urgency, swiftly and decisively. Mr. President, that's what we're trying to do here right now. We're acting by bringing up another war powers resolution to bring an end to this war and give the American people the relief that they need. I know the Trump administration and Republicans here in Congress think that this war is going just fine. Depending on what day it is, Trump either is saying the war is over or threatening to escalate. That's the problem. We are engaged in a war without a clear mission, without taking negotiations to end the war seriously, and without the consultation or buy-in of the American people. It's a war this administration seems to think can go on almost indefinitely. They don't care about the consequences. They are simply posting their way through it on social media. What we've seen from Republicans here in Congress isn't any better. A month and a half into this war, and we have not had a single hearing. A month and a half in. By the way, we haven't had a hearing at all about what happened in Venezuela either. Every one of our offices gets a flood of calls every day from people tired of this war, people who can't afford this war, who can't afford to pay for the decisions that this president made, and the Republicans in Congress have stood by and watched like bystanders. Donald Trump, this administration, this Republican Congress, they have all just stood by and watched as the American people feel like they are drowning. If anything, they're making that feeling of extreme anxiety worse. That anxiety is driving our urgency to act. There were a number of reasons why the woman I talked to was feeling that stress and anxiety, and one of them was gas prices. Gas prices were below $3 a gallon in February. In New Jersey, the average price is a little more than $4 a gallon right now, but it's so much higher in some of the biggest population centers. You go around the country, you can find gas for $5, even $6 a gallon right now. And if you're a working parent and you've got to put gas in the tank every single week to get the kids to school, yourself to work, you're paying significantly more at the pump. Ending this war is an urgent matter. It's not just gas for our cars that's driving this urgency. Look at the price of diesel. The average price of diesel, what a lot of trucks that transport goods run on, was $3.72 in February. It's more than $5.80 in New Jersey right now, according to AAA. That means everything you buy, from meat and eggs to coffee and clothes, is getting more expensive because the cost of shipping it costs more than $2 more per gallon than before. Now, if you're a working family looking at your bills, wondering how you're going to make ends meet, ending this war is an urgent matter. Another concern I've heard from so many is the unhinged way that this president has been acting during this war, threatening to destroy a civilization. That's not American. That's not what we do. That's not who we are. I'm proud to represent tens of thousands of service members in New Jersey, hundreds of thousands of veterans, people who are obeying the law, people who are abiding by the principles of our country. But this commander-in-chief is threatening to change that. What we see, what the American people see, when they see a president that's threatening what would be war crimes in the Americans' name, it sends a shock through our consciousness. It sends a clear signal that ending this war is an urgent matter. And that's why we're doing what we're doing right now. Because the American people can't wait for this president to act like a responsible commander-in-chief. They can't wait for this Republican Congress to wake up. They need relief. They need it now, and they deserve it now. I can't go back to that woman at Atlantic City and tell her that she should wait, that we can address her concerns later. And I urge my colleagues to think about the people back home who need help now and the power we have with this vote to deliver it for them. I urge my colleagues to support this resolution by Senator Duckworth, someone who knows better than any of us the toll that war takes and the urgency needed to stand up for our neighbors. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. President.
The senator from Maryland.
Mr. President, I want to thank my colleague from New Jersey for his powerful words, and I too rise in support of this War Powers resolution put forward by our colleague, Senator Duckworth, who knows a thing or two about the costs of war. And this is a resolution to halt President Trump's unjustified, illegal war against Iran, a war that the overwhelming majority of American people want to see end, a war that this Congress never authorized and where we've never had a hearing from a Trump administration decision maker about the war. A war that was started by President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu that has made us less, not more safe. And a war that has made us much worse off, not better off. Mr. President, we've lost 13 American service members. Hundreds more have been wounded. And thousands of civilians, innocent civilians, have been killed throughout the region. And the sacrifice of our service members deserves more respect than the president casually remarking that, and I quote, "Sadly, there likely will be more. That's the way it is." That's what President Trump said. Well, that's not the way it is, and it's not the way it should be, and it's not the way an American president should talk about our troops. And we must not and cannot normalize President Trump's reckless actions that have brought us to this point. The costs of this war are mounting. We just saw today the president intends to send thousands more troops to the Middle East, 6,000 as part of a naval deployment, and thousands more to come later. This war has already cost us, in addition to lives, $52 billion. $52 billion and another $1 billion every day from the American taxpayers. And on top of that, on top of what taxpayers will be shelling out, we are seeing Americans struggle with rising prices, gas prices, oil prices. And of course, when you have rising gas and oil prices, it drives up prices on everything else, like fertilizers that our farmers need as we go into the season of growing. And all this coming from the president who promised that he would focus on lowering prices and ending wars. He promised the American people he'd be, quote, a peacemaker, and he is a warmonger. He lied, and because of his lies, people are dying. And now the president wants to put even more lives at risk to open the Strait of Hormuz. And we should all remind our fellow Americans that the Strait of Hormuz was open before the president started this war. It was open before the president started this war, and now the president's main goal is to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. The president also said the other day that we achieved regime change. He just didn't tell the American people that when he knocked off some of the top Iranian leaders, the Ayatollahs, they were replaced by an even more militant and even more radical regime. That's the president's definition of regime change. Now, the president likes to claim periodically that we won. In fact, more than 3 weeks ago, the president of the United States said, quote, "We won. The United States won." He said that a few days ago. The president said, "We won." My question for my Republican colleagues is, if we won, what the hell are we still doing there? If we won, why are we still there? Why are we still putting American lives at risk? Why are we spending $1 billion of taxpayer money a day if we won? Well, we didn't win, and it's impossible to measure how you win because the president never set forth clear rationales for this war, because there wasn't really one to be had, and certainly they've advanced no end game. Like, what does it mean for him to win the war that he already said that he won? So we know from the president's own words that there's no clear end game here, and it's clear every day that this war is not in the interests of the American people. Now, we've seen from President Trump not strength or leadership. What we've seen is recklessness, and now we in the Senate should apply some brakes and accountability. We've seen a president threatening massive war crimes in the name of the American people, threatening to end a civilization. Colleagues, this is a time for sober and serious American leadership. And Donald Trump is not a serious leader. In addition to threatening to end a civilization, he has attacked the Pope because the Pope seeks peace. He has posted an image of himself as Jesus Christ. This is the man in the White House who is running this war. He is putting American lives at risk and endangering people throughout the world, and he's simply not fit to be commander-in-chief. And so all of this without the consent of the American people. That's where Congress is supposed to come in. And so, Mr. President, when you're looking at a president of the United States who's so unhinged, how is it that we can only find one Republican senator, Senator Rand Paul? How is it that we can only find one to stand up for the Constitution and against this president who clearly is not following the will of the American people? A president who took us into an illegal war that's making us less safe and worse off. That's our job. That's our job, and this Senate keeps ducking its responsibility. This resolution put forward by Senator Duckworth is another opportunity for our Republican colleagues to show that they're going to exercise their responsibilities under the Constitution of the United States. And we will keep offering war powers resolutions so the American people know that we're working every day to end this war, which they want to see come to a close. Maybe we can begin that process today. I thank Senator Duckworth for offering this resolution and really urge my colleagues to search their souls and talk to their constituents and vote yes. And I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
Senator from Wisconsin.
I ask unanimous consent that following my remarks, the following senators be permitted to speak prior to the scheduled vote. Senator Schiff for up to 10 minutes, Senator Risch for up to 5 minutes, Senator Duckworth for up to 3 minutes, and Senator Schumer for up to 2 minutes. I rise today to stand with the American people who are demanding that we bring an end to President Trump's war in Iran. It's been over a month since President Trump made the decision to take us to war. And I'd like to take a moment to reflect on what this illegal war has achieved and what it has cost. President Trump's war has delivered higher costs for Americans at the pump. It's jacked up the cost of fertilizer and fuel for Wisconsin farmers. As Americans struggle to afford basic necessities, the Trump administration has spent tens of billions of dollars on a war that Americans did not ask for. We've lost 13 service members, with hundreds of others injured. Thousands of civilians have been killed, including dozens of schoolgirls, by an errant U.S. missile. President Trump has eased sanctions on Russia and showed Iran how to profit from blocking the Strait of Hormuz. The same oppressive regime remains in place. Iran still controls its enriched uranium, and the United States is no closer to a guarantee that Iran will not pursue a nuclear weapon. In short, President Trump's war of choice has accomplished next to nothing at a tremendous cost to the American people. And still, Donald Trump has been unable or unwilling to offer a coherent reason for why we are at war. The American people are looking to Congress to do something. The People's Branch is supposed to be a check on this president. We need to stand up on behalf of our constituents who do not like this war and who want it to end. Americans know the cost of this war. They are the ones who are paying for it. My Republican colleagues have a choice. Do your job. Stand up to this president and send a clear message to Americans by ending this war today. Or live with the consequences as more civilians are killed, more service members are put in harm's way, and more American families struggle to make ends meet. The choice is yours. I yield.
Mr. President.
Senator from California.
Mr. President, we are now in the second month of Trump's Iran war, and we have already tragically lost 13 service members, including one Chief Warrant Officer, Robert Marzan, from my home state of California. We are now in the second month of Trump's Iran war, and more than 200 service members have been injured, some very seriously. We are now in the second month of Trump's Iran war, and we have already had 2 American pilots shot down over Iran, necessitating a rescue under extremely dangerous conditions, a heroic rescue, a daring rescue, and one that was only possible because we have the most capable special forces in the world. But a rescue mission that we must all acknowledge put an incredible number of our service members at grave risk and could have easily gone wrong. We are now in the second month of Trump's Iran war, and we have squandered tens of billions of dollars that could have been used to build hospitals and affordable housing, to build child care centers and senior centers, at a time when the president says we can't afford daycare or Medicare or Medicaid. We are now in the second month of Trump's Iran war, and Americans are paying astronomical prices at the gas pump, at the grocery store, on their utility bills and medical bills, but the president's actions and inaction are only making life more unaffordable for our citizens. We are now in the second month of Trump's Iran war, and the president has offered no proposal to even authorize the use of force in Iran, nor have Republicans demanded one. We have not had a single open hearing on the war, nor have Republicans called for one. The case for the war in Iran has never been made, will never be made, and my colleagues will not put the matter to a vote for fear they will lose that vote or be held accountable for it. How long can this go on? And the short, terrible answer is for a very long time. It is beginning to have all of the telltale signs of a quagmire. For this war had no clear purpose. It had no well-defined goal. It had no strategic plan. Its rationale has shifted endlessly with the wind and the whims of the president. It has vacillated between being about regime change and then not about regime change, about missiles and then not about missiles, about oil and then not about oil, about Iran's nuclear threat and then not about its nuclear threat, since the president had said the Iran nuclear program had been obliterated a year earlier. Ironically, the administration's nuclear endgame now sounds a lot like the JCPOA, the much maligned agreement that Trump tore up and now seems reconciled to embrace. The JCPOA, or something like it. Iran has blockaded the Strait of Hormuz, sending oil prices skyrocketing, and now the vice president says two can play at that game. So we're in the blockade business too. How does that help the American family that can't afford to fill up the car, the trucker put out of work, or the farmer with no fertilizer? The simple truth is that this administration has no idea how or when this war will end. It is hard to end a war when you are not clear on why you began it. We can only be certain of one thing. At some point, the president will claim victory. But what kind of victory will it be? One in which Iran, for the first time, can demand tolls from ships passing through Hormuz? One in which the regime has survived and empowered and embittered, is even worse, with more crackdowns on the Iranian people, even less tolerant of dissent, or worse still, with a fervent desire to break out and build a bomb? One in which we suffer persistent and higher gas prices because of long-term damage that has been done to Gulf oil and gas infrastructure? One in which Russia is richer and will be richer for the foreseeable future from the higher oil prices it can charge so that it can better fund its war with Ukraine? Is this the victory that Trump will declare? One for which we have paid dearly in blood and treasure? One for which we will have cut health care by $200 billion more for defense to replenish the stocks of the weapons that he has used? Does that sound like victory? Does that feel like victory? In 1984, at the height of the Cold War, Ronald Reagan said this. He said, "History teaches that wars begin when governments believe the price of aggression is cheap." Sadly, the lessons of that history have come to pass. And they have come to pass in the form of a president who now too often sees aggression as cheap, as he has launched not one but two wars against Iran, as he has launched unilateral strikes in South America and in Africa, as he has overseen a war on vessels in the Caribbean and the Eastern Pacific, as he's blockaded Cuba and threatens to take it along with Greenland. To Donald Trump, war has become easy. It has become a kind of default. And as a result, he has become the president he promised he would never be. Far from his promise to end wars, he is now the president determined to start them, and lots of them. The Founding Fathers warned us of a man like this, a president grown too fond of war, seduced by the quick success of the apprehension of Maduro in Venezuela and of the access to another country's oil. that such an operation begat, he was induced to make war against Iran. But Iran is not Venezuela. And the son of the Ayatollah is no Delcy Rodriguez, not another pliant regime figure to be easily manipulated. In the same speech, Reagan also said this: to keep the peace, we and our allies must be strong enough to convince any potential aggressor that war can bring no benefit, only disaster. This is peace through strength, his most famous mantra in foreign policy. Well, what is the strength of our alliances now? The president has turned our back on the security pacts that Reagan championed, like NATO. He has failed to consult with our allies before embarking on this war of choice, then claimed we didn't need allies, then complained when our allies did not come to our assistance in reopening a strait that previously had been open, but now was closed. The president has undermined our credibility with friend and foe alike as he threatens to end a civilization or to commit war crimes, or as he's ordered military strikes while talks were ongoing, or as 2 more weeks becomes a kind of punchline. And what have we taught Iran, the ostensible aggressor in Ronald Reagan's formulation? Have we taught Iran that war can bring no benefit? Or is Iran now convinced it can bring the world economy to its knees and impose its will by imposing fees on passage through the Strait of Hormuz? Does it believe that while the U.S. military can pound its Navy and missile sites, it can still strike U.S. targets and our partners in the region with rockets and drones? Does it believe it has an asymmetric advantage over the U.S. because drones and missiles are cheap and interceptors are expensive? Ronald Reagan will be right that we have convinced the aggressor that war can bring no advantage, only disaster, if in fact it is we who are the aggressor. This war should never have begun. And it's long time for the U.S. Congress to put an end to it. I thank you, and I yield back.
Idaho. Senator from Idaho.
Thank you, Mr. President. I come to the floor today to oppose the resolution we're going to vote on here in just a little bit. I think this is I don't know how many times I've been here on this, but this is the same old again. The resolution isn't very long, it's a few pages long, and really the operative language is very short. It says, Congress hereby directs the President to remove the United States Armed Forces from hostilities within or against Iran. That's all it says. It says, President Trump, put your tail between your legs and run. That's what this resolution says. Now, let me tell you where we are. First of all, I want to talk to Iran. Iran, nobody is coming to help you. Not the Russians, not the Chinese, not the North Koreans, not Venezuela, not Cuba. Nobody is coming to help you, Iran. except for the 47 people over here. The 47 people on this side of the room are trying to direct the President of the United States, who is defending the United States. They are trying to direct him to remove the armed forces that we have, our brave young men and women who are engaged in these hostilities. They are trying to remove them from these hostilities. These 47 people, nobody else in the world. So, to them I say, the President of the United States has not only the right to do this, I know you claim he doesn't, but he has the right to do this. Not only does he have the right to do this, he has the duty to do this. He took an oath to defend the people of the United States of America. How did we get here? 47 years ago, Iran started this conflict. We did not. We did not start a war with Iran. We don't want a war with Iran, but we have to defend ourselves. 47 years ago, they took over our embassy in Tehran and held all of our United States American people who were employed in that embassy for 444 days. Finally, Ronald Reagan was elected president. We got him out. But since that time, Iran has killed thousands, not hundreds, thousands of Americans wherever they can find them. They do them with all kinds of methods, including IEDs, which are deadly. Fortunately, President Trump in Trump 1 took out General Soleimani, who was the godfather of that operation, and that has ratcheted back, but they're still killing them with IEDs. The President of the United States is defending the United States of America. You can pass all the resolutions you want. This president is going to defend this country. Now, I know you say it's illegal. If indeed it is illegal, as you claim it is, you're in the wrong room. You ought to be in the room across the street in the United States Supreme Court. Because if it is illegal, you should sue them and you should stop it. And you're not doing it because you know you're going to lose that case. The President of the United States, under Article 2 of the Constitution, gives the President the authority. He's doing it. This is not going to be a forever war. Indeed, if anything, it's ending what seems like it's been a forever conflict with Iran. So, Mr. President, you're doing the right thing. You've done a great job thus far. This is going to end fairly quickly. Keep up the good work. My friends on this side of the aisle, vote to oppose this resolution. Thank you.
President.
The senator from Illinois.
Mr. President, I just listened to my colleague on the other side of the aisle who raised concerns about my War Powers resolution, and I'm disappointed, but not in any way surprised that they continue to carry the president's water on this war. I would welcome the chairman of SFRC scheduling oversight hearings with Secretary Rubio. I mean, as a former member of the committee, the secretary should be used to testifying before the SFRC. He should schedule them because we and the American people are owed actual answers on this administration's conduct, planning, and diplomacy during this war of their own making. And right now, American service members are already in harm's way, 6,000 miles east. These troops are ready to do their jobs, no matter the risk or the sacrifice required of them, just as our brave American troops have always done, time after time and tour after tour. So to me, it's tragic that even as they continue to do their duties, our president and members of Congress from the Republican side of the aisle seem so ready to neglect their own duties. I want a democratic Iran. I want to see its people free from the iron grip of its brutal authoritarian regime, and I'm not about to shed a tear for the previous Ayatollah's death. But that doesn't mean we should not be gravely concerned by the consequences of Trump's actions in his war of choice. Look, I know there are solemn and urgent times when our military must be called upon to defend us. To determine when that is, there are 4 questions we should be asking. 1, is the threat significant? 2, is the threat imminent? 3, is the military the most effective tool for the goal at hand and that there are no other tools that can do the job? And 4, would the military be counterproductive to its most solemn mission of protecting America? With his unconstitutional, unjustified, and unwarranted unwanted regime change war in the Middle East, Trump has traded deterrence for instability and chaos and made all of us less safe in the process. It's time for us to rein him in. I yield the floor.
The Democratic leader.
First, I want to thank my colleagues, my colleague from Illinois who's done such a good job and knows all about what our veterans go through and the horrors of war. My colleague Tim Kaine, who has been so involved in this issue of war powers resolutions for decades, actually, or a decade, and so many others of us who are introducing resolutions on this issue. Now, Mr. President, Republicans have voted against this resolution 3 times now, but as the war drags on for 47 days with no end in sight, they should join us today on this resolution to end this war once and for all. With gas costs costing over $4 a gallon, with inflation climbing, with mortgage rates going up, the American people literally cannot afford for Republicans to forego another opportunity to work with Democrats to end Trump's disastrous war at long last. Congress cannot simply sit on the sidelines while our brave service members are risking their lives on the front lines. The stakes are too high, the risks are too great for Republicans to stay silent. I urge my Republican colleagues to listen to the majority of Americans who are calling for an end to Trump's wanton war of choice. We still don't know the goals. We still don't know the costs. We still don't know the length of time. So many unanswered questions on the most important issue that this Senate can face, which is whether to go to war, and then total silence from the other side, not a single hearing. Not a single discussion on this. Well, I'm going to tell my Republican colleagues, they're not going to be able to escape continuing to vote on this. Until our Republican colleagues join us, we will continue forcing a vote on our war powers resolution week after week after week. This is an American issue, not a partisan one. This is one of the worst forays America has ever made, with so much damage that's going to be lasting. And so, I urge my colleagues to do what they know is the right thing and join us in voting for Senator Duckworth's resolution. I yield the floor. Call for
The question is on the motion to discharge. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Mr. Armstrong, Ms. Baldwin.
Aye.
Mr. Banks. No. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt-Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Mr. Marino. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Blumenthal, Cantwell, Coons, Duckworth, Durbin, Hassan, Klobuchar, Markey, Merkley, Murray, Paul, Peters, Reed, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Blackburn, Britt, Cornyn, Cotton, Curtis, Grassley, Haggerty, Marshall, Risch, Scott of South Carolina, and Tuberville. Mr. Crapo, no. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. McConnell, no. Ms. Collins, no. Ms. Ernst, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. McCormick. Mr. McCormick, no. Mr. Husted. Mr. Husted, no. Mr. Budd. Mr. Budd, no. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Daines. Mr. Daines, no. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schmidt, no. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Mr. Sheehy. Mr. Sheehy, no. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham, no. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Barrasso, no. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mr. Marino. Mr. Marino, no. Mr. Kim. Mr. Kim, aye. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Armstrong, no. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer, no. Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Also Brooks, aye. Mr. King. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rounds, aye.
I'm sorry, Rounds is no.
Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rounds, no. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, aye. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Fetterman. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mr. Langford. Mr. Langford, no. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Ms. Rosen. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mrs. Moody. Mrs. Moody, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Ms. Blunt Rochester, aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego, aye. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, no.
On this motion, the yeas are 47, the nays are 52. The motion is not agreed to. The senator from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm back again, talking about something that is very, very important to everybody in the United States of America. There should be alarms going off about what's happening. I know we have a lot of bad things happening all over the world. We're in conflicts. We're in situations where we're trying to control our own destiny when we're not getting a lot of help from a lot of people that we should be counting on. But let's talk about the United States of America for a second. And let's talk about our farmers. Our farmers are in trouble. We better wake up and smell the roses, because what's happening in this country should be a crime. We have lost, just in the last few years, 150,000 farms and over 25,000 farmers. 150,000. And we take pride in what we do in this country. We do everything as first class we possibly can. And we're running people out of business right and left, and it's getting worse. Nobody's listening. Nobody's out there pounding on all of our doors saying we need help, other than the ones right now that are in desperate and dire need. Again, we have a lot of problems, but you think we have problems. We start and continue to lose these farmers that we have in this country, and we continue to eat the trash that is sent in from these foreign countries, we're going to have many, many more problems. It's a big deal because there's not one state in this country that doesn't deal in farming in some capacity. Not one state. We're all involved in it. We all have skin in the game. Agriculture is the backbone of who we are and what we are. And if we're going to continue to be the place that everybody wants to move to be a part of, and not a third world country like a lot of these places that we're allowing to ship food in from, we'd better wake up. You know, for some reason, the past administration either didn't understand the importance of agriculture or our farmers, or put it bluntly, they really did they even give a damn about it, to be honest with you. Instead, they were focused on outsourcing our food, our lumber, our fish, anything to do with farming or agriculture. We, for some reason, were turning over everything to people outside our country. And the people that are cream of the crop and are true Americans in this country are our people in agriculture. You would think that we would learn a thing or two back during COVID. I can remember standing up here at the early part of COVID back in, 2020, and talking about how in the world have we allowed this country to outsource everything that we do medically. Because when we looked up and COVID was rampant, we're looking around for masks, we're looking around for drugs, we're looking around for things to save people's lives. And guess what? We don't make any of that stuff anymore. We outsourced it all. Now we're doing the same thing to farmers. You know, it's very dangerous to be reliant on countries like China, Vietnam, Thailand, Cambodia, Brazil, all these people that are either socialist or communist countries. We can't continue to do this. We can't do it. We built this country on hard work and effort, and not by handouts and not by cheap things that we buy to keep this country going, such as what's coming from China or some of these third world countries. The one thing that we need to be doing to help our farmers is we need to be tariffing the heck out of these countries that are sending in food that's taken over our grocery stores and our restaurants that they say is great food, it is reliable, it is best in the world, when it is nothing but trash. That's all it is. It's total trash. And for some reason, because we think that the price is a little bit better, we're getting involved in that in terms of our grocery stores and our restaurants, and we're serving things that we shouldn't be serving. And it's causing a lot more problems. You know, we've got the best food safety programs and standards in this country by far. We got to know where it was raised. We have to know what been sprayed on the food or where the fish was caught. All the things that go along with food safety go along with farming. You know, the past few decades, the beef packing industry has shrunk to the point that there's only a few plants processing the majority of our nation's cattle today. And that is beyond stupid. Really, it is. Think of what we've done. We have outsourced most of our food processing, especially when it comes to beef, to these gigantic processing companies that, by the way, are owned, two of them, by foreign entities. President Trump did an executive order to try to get to the bottom of what these foreign-owned meatpacking companies were doing because our prices were going so high. They were price fixing. And what do you think is going to happen when you run into a situation where you allow people to control the market? Think about it. These foreign entities are controlling America's meat supply at the expense of American farmers and their families, people that work hard, like all of us in this country. Not to mention that the consolidation of these few processors has threatened Americans' food supply. You know, in 1980, these foreign processors control about 36% of the market, beef market. Think about that. In 1980, they controlled 36% of the beef market. Now, today, these processing plants, two which are foreign-owned, control 85% of the United States beef processing market. And we're asking for huge problems. You know, I'm not a mathematician, but I know that those numbers, that American-owned small meat processors have been pushed out of business. And that's what they've done. That's how they do it. They try to control everything. So they put in these 4 meat packing processing plants across this country. They control it all, and the little guy is gone. And this country was built on small businesses, small farms, everything that produced good product for the United States citizens. That's how we were raised. That's how we were brought up. We need to open up competition and find ways to support American meat processing plants. We've got to do it. We have to do it. I mean, that's the job of our agriculture department. They have started working on that, started trying to open up more, see what we can do, but we cannot continue to allow 4 meat packing processing plants to control everything that we do when it comes to beef. You know, when I was growing up, it was common to see Made in America labels on everything in the store. Made in America. We're all proud of it. Now it's rare. Most of the labels we say are made in China or made in India. I want to challenge everybody to, when you go in the store, you think that this product is made in America. All you have to do is look at the box or the can or whatever. You'll be very, very surprised where that product is made. Very surprised. And most of the time, it's not going to be made in the good old USA. And it's hurting our American farmers. It is hurting us bad. They can put a name on it, they can put a label on it, but that doesn't mean a hill of beans. Unless it says made in America, we're selling our country out. We're selling our farmers out, people that have built this country. In addition to growing our own food and producing our own medicine, we need to be using our own cotton. I want you to think about this. Our cotton farmers are broke. They've had 3 bad years, and it's getting worse and worse every year. Now this is planting season. They're putting all the cotton in the ground. They're putting fertilizer. They've got all these people out there working these hundreds of $1,000 tractors and machines that they use to plant this cotton. And if you look at it at the end of the day, the cost of putting this cotton in the ground is far and above the amount of money that they'll receive when they sell this cotton. Used to, that didn't happen. Used to, we were not challenged as much. But what have we done? We've allowed foreign countries to do everything they possibly can to outgrow and do things at a rate faster than us, and then we're allowing all this cotton to come in from other countries. Brazil is one. And again, if we continue to allow Brazil without tariffing these people and let them know, hey, you're going to send your cotton in here, we're going to have a tough time, and we're going to lose our farmers, so we're going to start tariffing your cotton and put a price tag on it when it comes to this country. We do not owe Brazil one thing. Our farmers don't owe them anything. We owe our farmers in this country. You know, in my state of Alabama, we're one of the top cotton producers in the country. We bring in more than $400 million of revenue every year to the state of Alabama. You know, our stores are filled with shirts, jeans, towels, bedding. But the problem is, you look on that tag, most of them are made overseas. Everything with cotton. I mean, we don't really use cotton in this country anymore unless it comes from overseas. American cotton farmers produce the highest quality of cotton in the world. I mean, but they're undercut by all this foreign junk that we're bringing in. So there's a lot of work that goes into cotton production. And one thing about our cotton farmers, they work at it 365 days a year. They make the best product they possibly can, but unfortunately, we're held to a standard that a lot of people and a lot of things that go on, whether it's textile mills or people that are involved in the cotton business, use the foreign cotton. And we don't use near as much in our country. So my point here is that Senator Cindy Hyde-Smith of Mississippi and I, we're introducing a bill called Buying America Cotton Act. Now here's the reason we're doing this. We have to save our cotton farmers. If we don't do it, in the next few years, it'll be over. They'll all be gone. And every American in this country, when you buy something with cotton in it, that cotton is going to come from a foreign entity. We have to do something to help them. And there's a way to do it without costing a lot of money. There's a way to do it in this building. All we have to do is pass the Buying America Cotton Act to incentivize folks to buy American cotton and bolster our American cotton producers. Instead of arguing about bailouts when our cotton farmers go under, you know, and they need help. Of course, we always, as federal government, we try to help them out, but you can't help them out enough to where they can really survive in a long period of time. So what we want to do is get away from the subsidy part and give them an opportunity through Buying American Cotton Act to give tax credits when people buy American cotton. That's all we want to do. When people buy American cotton, they get a tax credit for it. If you buy Brazilian cotton, you don't get a tax credit. We have to do something to help our farmers, especially these cotton farmers. You know, when farm income improves, everything else improves. The net program goes down, not to mention the additional economic activity that a strong rural economy will contribute to when you get this tax base done with farmers and making profit. Again, they hadn't made any profit going on 4 or 5 years. Instead of spending money, and that's the reason we did this bill. Instead of spending money, we wanted to make sure that these farmers don't need a subsidy at the end of the year. If we give tax credits for farmers or to entities that buy American cotton, we will not have to pay subsidy anymore. This is a end-all solution to helping the cotton farmers across this country. Cotton is not just for T-shirts and stuff either. Cotton is for medical supplies, you know, military, critical materials that we use across this country. Cotton plays a key part in national security. A nation that cannot supply its own basic materials is a nation that has surrendered its independence. And so that's why I'm up here today. You know, we're getting ready to celebrate our 250th anniversary. And our farmers have been a huge part of that for 250 years. I mean, we grew our own food, we cut our own timber, we caught our own fish, We did everything possibly could, but what have we done? Corporations have run out the private sector in this country, the small business in the country. They moved it to corporations out of this country, and they've put us in harm's way. They have really put us in harm's way. So buying American Cotton Act puts our farmers in a situation where we do not have to, as a governing party, a government entity, to be able to have to bail them out every year when they're losing money, because they won't lose money. Because if we buy their cotton in this country, we're the biggest buyers of cotton all over the world, the United States of America. So let's help our cotton farmers. And one other thing I want to say about this. I've talked about this several times on the floor, and it's getting pretty serious, and it's something that, again, we look at it and say, oh, well, it's not going to continue to happen. Just recently, we estimated that China has bought and owned, as of today, 300,000 acres of American farmland. I want you to think about that. 300,000 acres that the Chinese own. Who is our biggest adversary? China. And we're allowing them to buy American farmland in this country, and a lot of it is by our military bases. And I wonder why that happens. And I don't think we're stupid, but we're crazy if we continue to let this happen. You know, it is an urgent and national crisis, and we got to make sure that we keep an eye on this, and we understand there's some states that are going in telling China now that they cannot buy farmland because they run it through different entities, and that's one thing that we need to make sure that at the end of the day that we keep an eye on this. But I just want to come up here today and let people know our farmers they're in the fourth quarter, okay? And if we don't have a good year this year, we're going to have a serious, serious problem with our farmers going out of business. And when farmers go out of business, they are a big contributor to our country when it comes to tax base, buying things, producing things, and making our country much stronger. So, Mr. President, I plead with people, please start understanding what's going on here. Because if we don't put our foot down and wait too long, and our farmers are gone, they've sold their land, we have got a big problem ahead of us. And again, I think it's a huge national security threat. And when you're having to buy everything out of the country, again, we'll go back to one thing. Did we learn anything from COVID? Evidently we didn't. And next time we look up, and you're going to have to buy everything that comes from another country, especially when it comes from ag, we got huge problems. Thank you, Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from
I
Alabama.
ask unanimous consent that the Senate be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Mr. President.
I recognize the Democrat whip.
Mr. President, I'd like to speak to 2 or 3 topics. One of them is the current procedural situation in the Senate and, for that matter, the House. It's been more than 60 days since the White House and congressional Republicans allowed funding to lapse for the Department of Homeland Security and for the government to partially shut down. This has turned out to be the longest government shutdown in American history. Day after day and week after week, Senate Democrats came to the floor and proposed funding all of the Department of Homeland Security except 2 specific agencies, ICE and the CBP agents. You remember that, Mr. President? In one instance, my colleague from Oregon, Senator Merkley, sought unanimous consent to pass legislation to pay all TSA employees. Unfortunately, the Republican majority objected. In another instance, my colleague from Connecticut, Mr. Murphy, sought to pass legislation to pay members of our Coast Guard. Republicans objected to that too. In all, Senate Republicans blocked bills to fund TSA, FEMA, and the Coast Guard a total of 14 times. Why would they block the funding of these critical agencies? Because the White House and my Republican colleagues refused to sit down and talk about the future of ICE and whether rules that apply to law enforcement all across the United States will apply to ICE. It's an agency that we've seen in real time terrorizing communities like Chicago and Minneapolis across this country with increasingly violent and militarized enforcement operations. You can't miss the ICE agents. They wear masks. The only law enforcement agency in the United States that I know of, federal, state, or local, where their officers wear masks. Many of them historically didn't even have a name tag to identify who they were. They are a paramilitary force created by President Trump and Stephen Miller to harass people who may be here illegally when it comes to immigration. All of this occurred when the chaos at our airports grew and essential workers went unpaid. Instead of agreeing to reforms, the White House took executive action to skirt accountability. What has happened to ICE? After the killings in Minneapolis and the violence in Chicago and other cities, ICE virtually disappeared. When the director of the Department of Homeland Security was forced to resign, we had a new director come on board, the senator from Oklahoma. What has happened to them? They've gone radio silent. The only evidence that the ICE agents are still around and working was when they were dispatched to airports. And for some reason, it may be part of the current charm offensive for ICE, they were told they don't have to wear masks if they're in the airport. This makes no sense at all if you buy their explanation that the ICE agents are so vulnerable. What happened when they were in the airport? It's reported that they arrested and detained over 800 people. Remember what ICE was supposed to do. It was supposed to make us safe. Safe in our homes and neighborhoods, safe across the United States. The president said over and over again, ICE is going to go after the worst of the worst, quote unquote. Rapists, murderers, terrorists, the criminally insane, we're going to go find them. So what has happened in the months that ICE has been on this crusade? 1 out of 7 people that they've detained or removed from the United States actually had a serious criminal record. It made no difference. The Stephen Miller plan is to put fear in the hearts of all the immigrants to the United States, and that's what they set out to do. It's not a question of safety in the neighborhoods. It's a question of whether or not we are going to tolerate immigration in America. I think there ought to be some basics and a bipartisan agreement when it comes to immigration. Let me tell you what I think those basics are. We should never knowingly allow a dangerous person to come into this country. Number 2, if there's a person in this country who's seeking legal status and they do something serious, like commission of a crime, or they're dangerous, they're gone. Gone. Third, we cannot absorb at any one time all the people in the world who want to come to the United States. We need to have an orderly system. I think those 3 elements are the starting point of bipartisan conversation. When it comes to the future of immigration, I was involved several years ago with the Gang of 8, 4 Democratic senators, 4 Republican senators, among them John McCain and Chuck Schumer, and we sat down for months and wrote up a bill, comprehensive immigration reform. It was supported by business and labor and the agriculture groups, and by and large it was bipartisan from start to finish. More money was put into border security than ever in the history of the United States. That bill passed the United States Senate with a bipartisan vote. That should have been the beginning of a conversation that leads us away from where we are today. But what happened, it was sent to the Republican-controlled House of Representatives, and for a variety of political reasons, it went nowhere. It's time for us to return and visit that issue again for a comprehensive immigration reform plan. We've got to tell Stephen Miller to cool it, as far as I'm concerned. To turn ICE loose on more and more communities is just to make people fearful and not solve the problem we face. We've got to work together to solve it with a comprehensive plan, and we should be started on that immediately. Mr. President, I will also tell you that when it comes to the future involvement of the United States, we have a serious question in the Middle East. I cannot tell you what the objective of the president is when it comes to the war in Iran. If you take a look at what happened today, we had a roll call vote on my colleague Senator Duckworth's motion that would have given Congress the authority to declare war, as the Constitution states in Article 1, Section 8. It was defeated on a partisan vote, Once again, we've tried this 2 or 3 other times. This is an effort to make sure that we have a conversation about the war in Iran. Do you know how many public hearings we have had in Congress about the invasion of Iran? None. Not one. We're virtually in a war that has gone on now for 70 days or so, and we have not debated it. What is the purpose of our invasion of Iran? The president has given 6, 7, 8 different explanations depending on the time of day. One day it's to close the Straits of Hormuz. The next day it's to open the Straits of Hormuz. One day it's to get regime change in Iran. The next day it's to reject the regime that's governing in Iran. The next day we're going to be eliminating missiles, and it goes on and on. You can't keep up with it. And the problem, of course, is that there's an impact on families all across the world, but especially in the United States when it comes to the cost of living. When you ask American families, how you doing? They say, not so well, thank you. When we take a look at the cost of raising a family these days, we see the cost of groceries hitting all-time high. We see our utility bills going up. In Illinois, they've gone up 15% this year over last year. We see the cost of gasoline going through the roof. It's over $4 a gallon in Illinois. In some parts of Chicago, over $5 a gallon. That is a real hardship on working families. Why are we in this mess with gasoline? Because of the invasion of Iran and the disruption of the flow of oil through the Straits of Hormuz into Europe and beyond. That is the reality of the president's invasion. Did anyone in the White House or Department of Defense sit down and measure the impact of what it would mean if we invaded Iran on the global economy? This morning I heard on the radio someone projecting the possibility of a global recession. Was that part of your calculation, Mr. President? We don't know because we can't understand what the president's motives are from a day-to-day basis when it comes to the future of Iran. Do we want Iran to have a nuclear weapon? Of course not. What have we done about it? Under the Obama administration, we negotiated international inspectors to go into Iran to see whether or not they were developing a nuclear bomb. I met with some of those inspectors on a regular basis. They were getting doors open and questions asked and answered, photos being taken, and a reporting at the time. What happened to President Trump in his first term? He eliminated the agreement that created the inspectors. And then what did he replace it with? Nothing. Nothing until he invaded Iran 2 months ago. We need international inspectors in place to make sure that Iran does not develop a nuclear weapon, and we certainly are not moving in that direction with the President Trump invasion. So, Mr. President, we have a situation which the president's chaos and cost of living increases and confusion has really created problems for families across the United States. It's time for us to remember that our goal is to make it better for those who are raising children and trying to feed a family. This war in Iran is not the answer to that, and I yield the floor.
I recognize the senator from Vermont.
Mr. President, we're now 46 days into President Trump's war on Iran and Lebanon. This war is wrong. This war is hurting the United States, our citizens, and our security. This war is destabilizing the Middle East, spreading to Iraq, Kuwait, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Qatar, Jordan, and of course, not to mention Lebanon. This war has imperiled our economy, imposing unsustainable burdens on the American family. The average American family will pay $2,000 for gas more each year if prices stay this high. The average Vermont household will pay another $1,000 to heat their home this year. Farms across rural America are going to pay tens of thousands of dollars extra for fertilizer because of the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. The war is imperiling our world economy. The IMF has concluded that the growth in the economy around the world could drop by 2%, risking a global recession. Food prices are increasing around the world. In Sudan, the price for wheat is up 70% because of the war, and that's in a country on the brink of absolute starvation. And how did this happen? How did it happen? We got here because the president did disregard his own promises of staying out of Middle East wars. He disregarded the American people by not leveling with them about what his plan was, his intentions were. He disregarded Congress entirely, and he's totally disregarded our allies. So is it any surprise that we find ourselves right now with President Trump stuck dealing with this situation that he created pretty much by himself? You know, instead of consulting with our allies or even his own administration, the president relied on Prime Minister Netanyahu, inviting him to the Situation Room. Never been done before. Netanyahu assured him, no problem. You bomb, we bomb, the regime will collapse. You bomb, we bomb, the Strait of Hormuz will stay open. President Trump accepted that advice and rejected the advice of his own cabinet officials who called that for what it was. The Netanyahu advice was farcical. We've seen what happened. Oil has gone from $70 a barrel to a high of more than $120 a barrel. Fertilizer prices have jumped from $400 a ton to $700 a ton. And helium prices, which none of us really thought much about, they've gone up 100%, and that has created an enormous supply chain crisis for the semiconductor industry upon which all of us are dependent. You know, President Trump is now in the remarkable position of closing the Strait of Hormuz himself, supposedly for the stated purpose of opening it. And for those of us who were here in the Vietnam years, that's very reminiscent of the administration position that we had to destroy a village in order to save it. And it's just become indisputably clear that the President and Secretary of War Hegseth really had no plan other than, as President Trump put it, to bomb Iran into the Stone Age. And it is what is happening. The bombing has been among the most intense bombing campaigns in the history of air warfare. The U.S. has carried out more than 13,000 airstrikes. Israel has carried out more than 10,000 strikes, dropping over 18,000 bombs. In the first 100 hours, the U.S. and Israel hit more targets in Iran than in the first 6 months of the bombing campaign against ISIS. These strikes have had a devastating toll on civilians and clearly civilian targets. Just talk about in Iran, U.S.-Israeli strikes have hit 60 hospitals, 44 schools, including that girls' school that was horrifying to all of us. The major B1 highway bridge used by civilians, killing 13 civilians. Major pharmaceutical plants that were producing anti-cancer drugs and had associated with them 200,000 jobs. Desalinization plants, sports stadiums, Tehran's synagogue. And Mr. President, while the president says the Iranian people are not our adversary, thousands of civilians have been killed in these strikes. On average, 10 children a day have been killed in U.S.-Israeli airstrikes. Nearly 40% of the attacks have taken place in the heart of Tehran, a dense urban area, and 95% of those killed by bombs are civilians. This kind of bombing tells us that President Trump has made the Iranian people, the very people he promised to save, the adversary, the enemy, much more so than the Ayatollahs. Mr. President, it is time to end this war of choice, this war that was chosen by a very intemperate decision by our president, this war that is making Americans less secure, and this war that is and will continue to impose extraordinary economic pain on our citizens. Mr. President, it's very clear that President Trump and his negotiators, Mr. Witkoff and Mr. Kushner, have a fundamental misunderstanding of the regime they are dealing with. In the course of this war, President Trump has changed the narrative. 3 months ago, we were focused on the violence of the Iranian regime towards its own people. Today, with the closure of the Strait of Hormuz and the economic pain that the Ayatollahs have been able to inflict on the world, the narrative is about the Ayatollahs standing up to the U.S. and Israel. Trump's bombing has damaged Iran, and it's hurt the Iranian people. But it's also given everyone in the Ayatollahs leverage over our economy and the world economy. The threats that the president makes to the Ayatollahs don't particularly move them, and it's something he doesn't understand. This is not a real estate deal. What the Ayatollahs have shown, and this is horrifying, is that they are prepared to destroy their own country if that's what it takes for them to stay in power. So these threats that the president makes fall on deaf ears. Mr. President, as a first step in ending this war, I urge my colleagues to support Senator Sanders' joint resolutions of disapproval, which we will be taking up later today. Those resolutions would stop the United States from sending bombs, thousands of bombs, and armored bulldozers to Israel. These weapons are paid for by the American taxpayers. We will be sending bombs to Israel at a time we're in a ceasefire, which I hope will continue. These bulldozers are being used literally to bulldoze entire villages in Lebanon on behalf of Israel's intentions. And I want to note that if this vote is successful on the JRDs, it would simply force a debate. It wouldn't stop anything. It would require those of us in the United States Senate, those of us who by virtue of our election have the Article I authority to declare war. It would require us to say yes or no on where we stand. It would require us to accept our responsibility under the Constitution to do our job on the most profound question that affects the people of this country, and that is when, whether, and why to commit this country to war. Mr. President, I hope my colleagues will vote in favor of these JRDs, and I'm disappointed that we rejected Senator Duckworth's resolution herself. We need this ceasefire to continue. We need the bombing to stop and stay stopped. Mr. President, I yield back.
I recognize the senator from Indiana.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, as you know, one of the great privileges of this job is to come down and to speak on this floor, the floor of the United States Senate, about the important issues of the day. What an honor it is as new senators to come and look around and be stunned by this building, by this room, this floor. There's something truly inspiring about such a beautiful room as this chamber. In fact, I encourage everyone here, my colleagues, the pages, the staff, all of those in the gallery who are with us today, to marvel at just how beautiful this room is. It's truly stunning. Take a look around and take it in. I've been here for a year and a half now. It never gets old walking onto the floor of the United States Senate and being in this room, the Senate chamber. Look at the attention to detail, every bit of it, from the carpet to the ceiling, from the doors to the ornaments on the wall. The Senate floor is just one room in one of the most beautiful buildings in the entire world. Beautiful architecture is a vital part of civic life. What any society builds is representative of the values that society holds dear. A society that believes in its goodness and beauty will build beautiful things. A great country will build great and beautiful buildings like this one, and then they will be shaped by them. In fact, Mr. President, it was the great Winston Churchill who said, quote, "We shape our buildings, and afterward our buildings shape us." So well put. But a society that has given up on believing in its goodness and beauty will fall into a cult of ugliness. Sadly, the classical style of architecture that brought beauty to so much of the world has come under serious attack, and it's time to reverse that trend. Last year, President Trump issued an executive order, just like one that he signed at the end of his first term, that he signed again at the beginning of his second term, called the Making Federal Architecture Beautiful Again. And that executive order mandates that classical and traditional architecture is the design for federal buildings. Shortly after President Trump signed that executive order, I introduced the Beautifying Federal Civic Architecture Act, which would make it the policy of the United States that classical and traditional architecture should be the preferred design for all federal public buildings. My bill also directs architects and builders to consult with local communities where building projects are taking place and hear directly from them about what they want to see built in their own communities. I hope that my bill will soon get a vote on this floor to codify and make permanent what President Trump has done in his executive order. But I want to spend a few minutes on the floor today explaining why beautiful architecture really matters and what is lost when we abandon it. Mr. President, I've talked before on this floor about my background. I grew up in a trailer park, the son of a factory worker in a small town in Indiana. The neighborhood that I raised in, I suppose, didn't exactly have what you would call beautiful buildings that you would look around and admire. But I didn't have to travel too far away from that trailer park to see beautiful architecture. I got used to seeing the magnificent county courthouse, the Whitley County Courthouse in Columbia City, Indiana, my hometown, that's right in the middle of the town square. And every time I saw it, from the time I was a little boy until even today when I drive by it and see it regularly, I'm always inspired by the dome of that beautiful courthouse building in my small town. I was the first in my family to go to college, and When I got to Indiana University, I looked around and there were several beautiful buildings on the campus. The building that I spent the most time in was Woodburn Hall. And the intricate mural that was painted in Woodburn 101, where I heard most of my boring political science lectures, was painted by Thomas Hart Benton. And I remember looking at that incredible mural during those lectures and being inspired by something beautiful. And now, my Fort Wayne office, which is my state headquarters, was also the same office that I occupied when I served in the House of Representatives for 8 years in my district. My office in the E. Ross Adair Federal Building in the U.S. Courthouse in downtown Fort Wayne is another great classical style building that's built in my state. When I say that these buildings are inspiring, I'm referring to that feeling that you get when you see something beautiful, something that's built to last, something that's transcendent. Beautiful buildings make us look upward, toward the heavens, reminding us that there is something out there that's bigger than ourselves. That's the transformative power of beautiful architecture. Across so much of Europe, you see these magnificent buildings that were built hundreds of years ago that are still standing today. We should still be able to build those same types of beautiful, long-lasting buildings in the United States of America. Take a look, Mr. President, at these two federal courthouses, just as an example. Look at the federal courthouse in my capital city in Indianapolis, and then the federal courthouse in Salt Lake City. And look at how the courthouse in Indianapolis looks sturdy and solid, and how regal and beautiful it really looks with that design. It's a testament to the importance of the law. And then take a look at the federal courthouse in Salt Lake City, in downtown Salt Lake City, and you don't see any of that. In fact, frankly, it looks like a prison. I mean, literally. It lacks symmetry and it's anything but beautiful. It's actually really gross. And a lot of people who live in Salt Lake City agree with that. In fact, Indiana has a great track record of really building beautiful buildings using classical architecture. After I graduated college and worked in a few jobs here and there, moved back to start my family and in my same hometown outside of Fort Wayne, I went to work for a fifth-generation family commercial construction company called Hagerman Construction. And they built a lot of buildings from the early 1900s to today that use classical architecture styles. But one of my favorite buildings that they ever built is the famous Lincoln Bank Tower in downtown Fort Wayne. It's built in Art Deco style, and it incorporates classical design elements. The Lincoln Bank Tower started construction in 1929, and it was finished in less than 1 year. You think about that, and when I was working at that construction company, I used to talk to the project managers and the construction superintendents, and they used to tell me that there's no way that you could build a building like the iconic and most beautiful building in downtown Fort Wayne, the Lincoln Tower, in less than a year. In fact, it would take several years to build something like that today, and it would cost a whole lot more in today dollars versus dollars in 1929 to do it. And that's because of how much we've done that's created so much more red tape when you build buildings and all the hoops that you have to go through to build something as beautiful as something like that today. Another example is the Christ Chapel at Hillsdale College. It's another beautiful neoclassical building that happens to have been built by another company headquartered in Fort Wayne called Wigand Construction. It's truly one of the most beautiful buildings that I've ever seen or been in our great country. Hoosiers know how to build beautiful things and build beautiful buildings. I'm very proud of both of those great buildings that have Hoosier roots. Mr. President, as I said, I'm I'm the son of a factory worker and a nursing home cook. But though I come from humble beginnings, I couldn't help but be moved by these beautiful buildings in Indiana and other places that I've visited. Those beautiful buildings, which I still see today, made me realize that beautiful architecture really is for everybody. They are not simply architecture in these big buildings, these beautiful buildings. They're not simply for rich people or the elites or the upper classes of our society. Everyone deserves to be surrounded by beauty, especially in this great country. That's especially true in Washington, D.C., our nation's capital. Washington, D.C. is the most important and powerful city in the entire world. And I can't think of any other city that has been as consequential in world affairs as Washington, D.C., the city that we're in today. Given this city's power and importance, it should follow that D.C. would be beautiful, every bit of it. And for large parts of D.C., this city is truly magnificent. Washington, D.C. is home to some of the most beautiful buildings, certainly anywhere in our country, but anywhere around the world. We have the grandeur of the White House, the U.S. Capitol building, the Library of Congress, truly one of my favorites, the Department of Agriculture, and many other beautiful buildings that make up this capital city. Because these buildings are built in classical and traditional styles, these buildings convey a sense of importance, power, and dignity. They tell us that those who pass through them and by them on sidewalks are important, and that consequential things are happening inside of these buildings. The old Senate chamber, by the way, just down the hallway, is another incredible room that was designed by a brilliant architect named Benjamin Latrobe. And when he built it, he talked about building the old Senate chamber. When he expanded it, as the country expanded it, he talked about how it represented a great and growing nation. And then Dr. William Thornton was the original architect of the U.S. Capitol, the guy who designed and built the place. And he talked about how he designed it in a way for you and I, Mr. President, to be inspired as lawmakers to do good things. It just goes to show that architecture matters. And that's how we should think about the buildings all across Washington, D.C., that they represent the very best of our nation. When President Trump decided to build a new White House ballroom, many of the so-called elites sneered at it. They made fun of it. But it was nothing, they said it was gaudy and imperial, but really it was nothing like that. In fact, most Americans saw the ballroom as a return to grace. Finally, the White House would have a beautiful place to gather a lot of people, fitting for the important role of our nation's most famous building to bring people together in an even more beautiful place than what it already is. I'm glad that President Trump is making Washington, D.C. and the White House even more beautiful than what it was before. But Mr. President, tragically, D.C. is also home to some of the ugliest buildings that you can find anywhere. And there are some of the ugliest buildings certainly that I've ever seen, and it's because we allowed brutalism to infect our nation's capital. Brutalism is an architectural style that emerged in the 1950s. Brutalist buildings all look alike because they are all alike. They're made out of raw concrete. They're big blocks of raw concrete. And they're ugly because of that, because they look like they're built on top of each other. In fact, the J. Edgar Hoover building, the home of the FBI, is an ugly, brutalist disaster. The Hubert Humphrey building, home to the Department of Health and Human Services, looks straight out of a communist, nightmarish block. In fact, Dr. Ben Carson, who used to serve in that building, referred to it as, quote, 10 floors of basement, is what he called it. The Department of Housing and Housing and Urban Development is another awful building. These brutalist buildings have no place in our nation's capital because our country is not ugly. Actually, Dr. Carson served in the HUD building, and he called that 10 floors of basement. We deserve to be inspired by the buildings around us, not depressed by them. The buildings that we build leave an impact on all of us. So the question to ask is, how did we get here? How did we allow a cult of ugliness to take over large parts of the United States? And make no mistake, this didn't happen by accident. Cultural elites did this on purpose. They made our world uglier because when you do that, you change what citizens expect from public life. A world that looks ugly produces a culture that only sees ugliness. That's why the targets of the ugliness were often federal and civic buildings. When official government business takes places in ugly buildings, the citizens lose belief in their government's goodness. But I'm telling you, because of President Trump's executive order and the bill that I've introduced, we can really change that one building at a time. President Trump is leading the charge with his White House renovations and his Making Federal Architecture Beautiful Again executive order. And President Trump is making our country great and beautiful again. And that's why it's really important that we pass my bill, the Beautifying Federal Civic Architecture Act. We need to make sure that classical and traditional architecture are the preferred design preferences for all federal buildings, and that residents have a say in the types of buildings that are built in their communities. Elitist architects shouldn't be allowed to steamroll over regular Americans and force anti-American building designs on all of us. Mr. President, our country is beautiful. Our country is the greatest country on earth in the history of the world. And we owe it to ourselves and our children to build beautiful buildings that reflect who we really are as a country. And sure, maybe sometimes building beautiful buildings will cost more than building ugly ones. I'll grant you that. But beautiful buildings last. They are transcendent. It's worth it. That's what our country deserves, especially this great country. With that, Mr. President, I yield back.
That is pretty ugly.
Mr. President.
Senator from Virginia.
Mr. President, are we in a quorum call?
We are not.
You're not. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I come to the floor today to mark the 3rd anniversary and unfortunately the start of the 4th year of conflict of the war in Sudan. Sudan is home to the largest humanitarian and displacement crisis in the whole world. This conflict and the resulting humanitarian crisis is largely being ignored by people across the world, including in our country, who are best positioned to make a difference. The war in Sudan started because a few years back, one of the most brutal dictators of the 20th century was actually overthrown by civil society and young people in Sudan looking for a better country. It was an effort to move towards a democracy. But that move was suddenly halted by 2 generals, each of a separate warring party, and unfortunately fueled by external actors. The violence in Sudan has caused upwards of 15 million people to flee their homes, a quarter of the population. And it's left literally half of the country's 50 million people on the brink of starvation and acute hunger. Yet still now, 3 years in, and I understand how they feel, the Sudanese people feel basically forgotten by the world. Now, I've come to the floor previously to speak out on this issue. And I rise again today because this conflict cannot continue to be ignored. America must lead, not back away, in times like these when suffering and terror are at their peak. At the heart of this crisis, the ongoing violence between the Sudanese armed forces, remnants of the previous government called the SAF, and the Rapid Support Forces, another militia group, both fighting against each other for control of the country. It's estimated that the fighting and resulting food crisis may have killed more than 100,000 Sudanese and left millions more on the verge of starvation. The remarkable thing is there are no good guys here. Both the SAF and the RSF have inflicted horrible atrocities on the people of Sudan. The United States government has accused members of both SAF and the RSF of war crimes. While in January of last year, the State Department issued a determination that genocide had literally been committed by the RSF and its allied militias in the Darfur region of Sudan. The World Food Program, which we are huge supporters of, has declared a famine in parts of southern and western Sudan, and there's a high risk of this famine condition spreading across the balance of the country. Sudan's economy has collapsed. Unemployment now is close to 50% of the whole population. A generation of children risk being denied education because how dangerous it is to even go to school. And conditions, unfortunately, may actually get worse. We've seen the war in Iran dramatically disrupt fuel and fertilizer shipments, particularly devastating as Sudan enters what should be its planting season in coming months. Globally, the United Nations has warned that the impacts stemming from these fuel, fertilizer, and supply chain disruptions would place more than, again, 45 million people in Sudan at risk of acute hunger. Let's be clear, this is a catastrophe. Matter of fact, more people die every day in Sudan than Gaza and Ukraine combined. It's not a new issue. I pushed the Biden administration repeatedly. But the U.S. response in addressing the scale of suffering that we see remains, unfortunately, woefully inadequate. First and foremost, the Sudanese people need humanitarian aid. They need aid workers, humanitarian organizations. And the local Sudanese volunteers, many put their lives at risk on a daily basis, need the access to respond. Unfortunately, the current administration dismantled USAID and broader U.S. foreign assistance infrastructure. So there's no clear and coordinated diplomatic strategy for addressing this conflict, for rallying the international community, for coordinating with local responders and organizations on the ground. And now, because of the war with Iran, foreign policy choices risk dramatically worsened conditions. When we dismantled USAID on the front end of the administration, we literally had the situation where American food and medicine that we had paid for were sitting on ships in the port of Sudan, and the workers that would be literally paid $1 or $2 a day to take that food and distribute it, because we shut down USAID, were left without any distribution network. So in some cases, this extraordinarily valuable food and medicine literally rotted on the ships. Now, due to the absence of strong United States leadership in addressing this conflict, and the fact that the international bodies have not been coordinating, there's been an opening here for outside influence. Foreign entities and governments are backing their surrogates on each side in a way that is, again, chilling. In my state, in Virginia, we have a large Sudanese diaspora. Since the conflict began, I've sat with and heard from many members of that community. And it's clear what must be done. I still remember a young family where literally they were in their late 20s. They had to rush to leave the country as the civil war was breaking out. They left behind at that point, I think, their 6-month-old daughter. 3 years later, their aging parents are not really able to take care of that daughter that's now 3.5 years old. The parents have not seen the daughter in 3 years. And they have no idea what will happen to her on a going forward basis. Now, the Sudanese people did not ask for this war. And as I mentioned at the outset, the outbreak of this violence, of this civil war between these warring generals, warring groups, trying to divide the spoils of the country, came literally 4 years after pro-democracy protests swept parts of Sudan in 2019. 2019, literally the young people in Sudan overthrew Bashir, the previous dictator, had been around for close to 40 years. And what had happened was there were literally hundreds of civic, professional, and political organizations that came together at that moment of revolution. This was a people's revolution. And they thought, after the long term of this dictator, they might finally have civil liberties and an actual democracy. Now, I believe very strongly the Sudanese people deserve an opportunity to live in peace and to have a responsive, democratically elected government that incorporates civil society, women, and youth. Instead, we have some of our allies in the region, Saudi Arabia backing one side, the Emiratis backing another. And because of this divide, you've now got other countries like Russia and Iran coming in to try to make more mischief and try to bring about more hardship. So again, I urge all of us on both sides of the aisle to do more about this crisis in Sudan. I urge the administration, go forward and choose an envoy the way the Biden administration had chosen former Congressman Tom Perriello. Please choose an envoy that can represent the president. This is a conflict that the President of the United States, with his enormous influence he has with countries in the Gulf, could use that power to frankly cut off the aid that funds this civil war tomorrow. So as we enter into the fourth year of this conflict, please, we all, regardless of partisan affiliation, ought to urge President Trump to make sure this conflict comes to an end. So at the end of the day, the Sudanese people, whether they are in Sudan or part of their diaspora around the world, can actually live in peace, have a government that reflects their needs, and a country that is blessed with lots of natural resources can actually enjoy the potential prosperity that was promised, that held out that hope back in 2019 when young people overthrew the prior dictatorship. We should no longer allow this crisis to go unheard, unrecognized. Part of the problem is that, unfortunately, the country is barred to a lot of the international press. But I urge any of my colleagues, as there are Sudanese diasporas in every state in our country, meet with those communities, hear their stories, hear their struggles. You know, this is, again, there are no good guys in this battle between these warring factions. American leadership could bring this war to an end. It would go a great deal towards restoring people's trust around the world of the value of strong, moral American leadership. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Senator from Oregon.
Mr. President, it's tax day, April 15th, the anti-holiday. This tax day in particular is a tough one. Tax day 2026 is a reminder that Donald Trump and Republicans will put the interests of giant corporations ahead of the interests of typical Americans. There is no clearer example of Trump corruption in practice than betraying taxpayers and killing the direct file program as a favor to his allies. Here's what this is all about. When it comes to taxes, Democrats start with the proposition that for the vast majority of Americans, wage-earning workers whose taxes really aren't complicated, filing your taxes ought to be free and easy. Our view is you shouldn't have to pay a penny to perform your basic civic duty. That's why back in 2022, after years of hard work, we passed funding for the IRS to build a direct file program, a way for taxpayers to file directly with the IRS online for free. The IRS launched a pilot project for 2024. They expanded it in 2025. Hundreds of thousands of people used direct file. It was hugely popular. In effect, a beloved program. A lot of people are skeptical that the government is still capable of building useful things. Direct file proved the skeptics wrong. It proved that the federal government can still come up with great public services from the ground up. Well, the tax prep giants saw it as a threat. And over the years, Mr. President, I saw them spend millions to try to defend a status quo that was failing. The prep giants unleashed a tidal wave of lobbying to try to squash the program before it reached escape velocity. They found some willing partners in Republicans here. Going into this year, Trump and Republicans killed direct file. Millions of Americans should have had an opportunity to use it to file for free. But now they're back at the mercy of the tax prep companies. The Republicans who killed direct file say it's no big deal because there are other free options out there, programs that partner with the private companies. The reality is the tax prep companies have already demonstrated they can't be trusted. The worst example was Intuit. When Intuit was involved with the free file program, it was caught burying the free option on a website you couldn't find with a traditional search engine. It steered users toward options that battered them with upcharges and misleading marketing. Finally, they quit offering free file when they got called out on what were genuinely underhanded tactics. My view is the debate over this subject isn't that complicated. The government requires people to file and pay taxes. So the least the government can do is to make the filing process simple and free and as painless as possible. Donald Trump and Republicans don't agree because they destroyed a wonderful new public service when they shut down Direct File. My Finance Committee colleague, Senator Warren, has been a terrific partner and a champion of Direct File. I've enjoyed working with her over the years on this critical issue. I'm behind her effort 100% as the ranking Democrat on the Senate Finance Committee to revive Direct File. We're not going to let this go, no matter how long it takes. And I urge all my colleagues here in the Senate, as it used to be bipartisan, to support Direct File. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Senator from Delaware.
Mr. President, today is tax day. Today's a day where millions and millions of Americans file their returns. And on average, Americans spend about $270 and 13 hours preparing their taxes for filing. That's just nuts. That is a higher expense and a higher amount of time than millions of Americans should be spending. Look, for folks who have complex holdings and lots of economic interests, that's one thing. But for tens of millions of Americans, the federal government already has all of their critical data, and their tax filing should be quick and free. So the simple idea behind a bill that I'm co-sponsoring with Senator Elizabeth Warren, the Direct File Act, is that there ought to be a program. In fact, there used to be a program. Congress told the IRS several years ago to create a way for Americans to file their taxes quickly, simply, and for free. And they started a pilot program. The IRS started a pilot program called Direct File in 2024. I used to be the senior Democrat on the Appropriations Subcommittee that oversees the IRS and was actively involved in trying to develop and improve this program just from the Senate side. It was exciting to me to get the initial reports that hundreds of thousands of Americans used Direct File in its first year. And after several years, they demonstrated that on average, folks were saving $160 and 90% had a positive experience, either above average, positive, or an excellent experience. Many did their taxes in less than an hour. 13 hours, 1 hour. Accessing all the government information that they've already got on their database and then simply confirming it and filing versus having to work with someone and pay someone to prepare your taxes. Well, President Trump shut down this program last year. Why? I don't know, but it's certainly uncomfortable that there was a major donation to his inauguration from the leading company that makes you pay taxes to file taxes, makes you pay a fee to them to file and pay your taxes. So folks, today, on tax day, most Americans are looking for whether there is a way for them to file quicker, cheaper, and more easily. 3/4 of Americans feel like they paid as much as they expected, if not more, this year, in spite of the #1 priority of the Republicans in this body last year, which was a big tax bill that gave tax cuts to millions. Working Americans did not see the tax relief from the so-called big, beautiful bill that they expected. They mostly saw cuts to health care and to food assistance. $160 on average to pay someone to prepare your taxes, well, that may not seem like a lot to a business executive, a big tax company executive who got a big tax cut himself, but it means a lot for tens of thousands of my constituents, of working Delawareans. It does not have to be this way again next year. We should pass this bill and once again make it easy, free, and fair to file and support your taxes. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I am excited to join with so many of my colleagues in advocating that by unanimous consent, we simply reopen the path towards easy, free tax filings for Americans next year. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Connecticut.
I don't know whether we're in a quorum.
We are not, Senator.
Thank you. I'm here, Mr. President, on tax day to highlight how the Trump administration has made filing taxes more costly, more complicated, more time-consuming for working Americans. Nobody likes paying taxes. It's painful. But this administration somehow has managed to make it even more painful. From eliminating a free, easy-to-use tax service program to cutting funding and staff at the Internal Revenue Service, the Trump administration has made it needlessly harder for millions of Americans to meet their tax obligations this season. On tax day, we recognize there's an obligation. Most Americans fulfill it. But at the very least, the government can make it less painful, not more so. But in late 2025,
at the behest of giant tax preparation companies like TurboTax and HR Block, President Trump canceled the popular Direct File program. That was a free online service that allowed taxpayers to file their federal income taxes directly with the IRS. By every measure, believe it or not, this government program was a runaway success. It received overwhelmingly favorable reviews. Remember, this is a service enabling people to pay taxes, and people loved it. 90% of survey respondents ranked their experience as, quote, excellent or, quote, above average. It was estimated to save the average taxpayer $160 and hours of their time. In short, this program worked. No more third-party companies nickel and diming taxpayers with expensive take rates and junk fees. It was just straightforward, no cost, an option that hundreds and thousands of families relied on to pay their taxes. And studies projected that a full-scale permanent direct file program would have saved Americans $11 billion annually in combined filing fees and time costs. The direct file program also helped lower-income families because they were able to access millions of dollars in unclaimed tax credit, with projections suggesting it would have delivered up to $12 billion in additional tax credits annually. That's a lot of money. As costs increase for everything, food, housing, health care. This program was an easy way to give working Americans a well-deserved break. But the Trump administration canceled the program. It caved to the tax software companies, and yet again, it put profits over people. Frankly, this is just stupid. It is dumb. It's crazy. If you consider the public interest, Americans are required to pay taxes, so the federal government should have an easy way for them to do it. And I'm proud to have introduced the Direct File Act with my colleagues. Our bill would reinstate the Direct File program and prohibit the IRS from entering into agreements that restrict its ability to provide these free services. Sadly, and unforgivably, Republicans are opposing the Direct File Act. I guess instead they're cozying up to the big tech companies and putting corporate interests above those of everyday Americans. You would think in this kind of issue, we have common ground. It's an easy issue. And taxpayers deserve better from the IRS. They need an agency that is fully staffed, adequately resourced, and capable of delivering timely, reliable service, including refunds. A lot of people say, oh, well, the IRS, we hate the IRS. Well, you hate the IRS until you're owed a refund, or until the IRS makes a mistake because they're understaffed, or because they don't have modern technology that could save all of us money. And that's why I recently sent a letter to the IRS urging them to take immediate steps to ensure it is fully prepared to meet American taxpayer needs during this 2026 filing season. President Trump seems to be on a mission to make life more difficult and more expensive for Americans. And he seems to be succeeding. Eliminating the Direct File program, as well as cutting funding and reducing staffing at the IRS, simply increasing costs, making the system more difficult, more painful, more onerous for all taxpayers, maybe except for the millionaires and billionaires who can well afford their accountants and wouldn't use the direct file program, but for most of the people of America who want to pay their taxes and do it, it simply imposes an additional unnecessary burden. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
The senator from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to say thank you to my partner in these efforts, Senator Blumenthal, and all the others who've come here to speak on Tax Day about how outrageous it is that a program to actually let people pay their taxes online for free has been destroyed by Donald Trump and the Republicans. So I'm about to call up a bill to the floor that would let Americans file their taxes for free directly with the IRS. It is amazing to me that anyone could oppose this, especially when filing your taxes is something that Americans are required by law to do every year. But sure as the sun will rise, Republicans are going to block my bill. For years, giant tax prep companies like TurboTax and H&R Block have rigged our system so they can cash in on your hard-earned dollars. And the result is that people spend now an average of 8 hours and $160 each year just to file their taxes using tax prep services. These big companies don't just take a fee for filing your taxes. They have actually become experts at figuring out ways to upsell, to charge junk fees, and make money off your personal information. It's really outrageous. So I drafted a bill that would allow Americans to file their taxes online for free and directly with the IRS through a program called Direct File. Now, tens of millions of people wouldn't have to go to a paid preparer if they didn't want to. They could just file directly with the IRS. Over 160 members of Congress have joined me on this bill. Over 100 unions and advocacy groups and national organizations have endorsed this bill. And I am forcing the Senate to decide today, will we pass this bill? During the Biden administration, the IRS ran a pilot program for Direct File. People who had a chance to use it loved it. 94% of taxpayers who used the program described their experience as excellent or above average, which, by the way, is not exactly how most Americans describe paying their taxes most of the time. But Direct File worked. We have seen it. We actually made it work. And once it was fully operational, Direct File was projected to save taxpayers $23 billion a year and more hours than anyone could count. So why do we not have Direct File today? We already had it. We set it up during the Biden years, ready to go, had it underway, it was working. Well, the answer is tax prep companies hated it. And they hated it because it cut into their bottom line. Why would people pay for TurboTax if they could easily file their taxes online for free? And that's why, for years, big tax prep companies have lobbied the government to keep people from using a program like Direct File. Now, the Direct File pilot project was a huge success, and yet it was dropped. Why? Well, first, the company that runs TurboTax, Intuit, donated $1 million to Donald Trump's inauguration. And then, a few months later, reports came out that Donald Trump and Elon Musk wanted to kill the free tax filing program. And last fall, they delivered. That's exactly what they did. This story tells you everything you need to know about why Republicans will block my bill today. This is all about money and power. It is about letting big corporations donate to politicians, and then politicians just opening the doors so those big companies can rip off the American people. To Republicans who say that making filing your taxes for free with the IRS is too expensive, I just want to point out that for 1 day of bombing in Iran, we could pay for 20 years of direct file. And to Republicans who say it's already free to file your taxes, I say go talk to the millions of people who paid over $100 to file their taxes this year and ask them just how free it was, even when they click on the free buttons, how it is that these guys have managed to put them in places where they end up paying. And to the Republicans defending the status quo, just ask yourselves, why are you on the side of TurboTax and H&R Block instead of your constituents? Filing your taxes should be easy and free, and I urge every senator to vote yes on the Direct File Act. Let's save people some time and some money and show the American people that we can actually make government work, not just for giant corporations, but we can make government work for them. I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Finance be discharged and the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of S3948, that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there an objection?
Mr. President.
The senator from Idaho.
Mr. President, reserving the right to object, I rise in opposition to S3948, the Direct File Act of 2026. After listening to those who have described why we need it, you might say, well, how could there be a different story or another side of the coin? I will tell you, there is a huge disagreement about the facts, and there's a huge disagreement about what has happened, and there is another side of the coin. This bill seeks to reverse the Treasury Department's recent suspension of the Direct File program. Direct File was an unauthorized, unnecessary program that wasted taxpayer funds and presented a clear conflict of interest by empowering the IRS to be not only the evaluator of tax returns and the enforcer of tax returns, but the preparer of tax returns. Empowering the IRS to prepare tax returns for the same taxpayers that it was later going to audit. And by the way, when that did happen with some of these taxpayers, they were successfully audited by the IRS for errors in their returns. As part of the Biden administration's so-called Inflation Reduction Act, congressional Democrats provided the IRS with $15 million to study the feasibility of providing a new direct e-file program. On the same day that the study was due to Congress, the Biden administration announced the launch of a limited pilot direct file program. This so-called pilot program quickly expanded, spending tens of millions of dollars, despite the narrow mandate provided by Congress. As part of the Working Families Tax Cuts Act, Congress further directed the Treasury Department to evaluate and study alternatives to direct file. Treasury's subsequent October 2025 report found significant concerns with the Biden administration program, warranting its suspension. What were those concerns? In its report, the Treasury found that the direct file program accounted for just 0.2%. Get that, 0.2% of the 146 million tax returns filed in the year 2024. Yet, despite its small footprint, direct file cost taxpayers at least $41 million to administer. That is $138 per return in 2024 and nearly 3 times the total funding authorized by Congress. Alarmingly, Treasury acknowledged that these figures likely underestimate the true cost of the direct file program, with the IRS failing to include costs for employee support, online services, and submission processing, among others. A later report from the nonpartisan Treasury Inspector General for Tax Administration further confirmed that direct file had poor performance. Contrary to what you've been told that everyone loved it, it had poor performance. The TIGTA report found that nearly 60% of the registered users abandoned their return before they even filed it, meaning that less than half of the registered users even ended up using Direct File to submit a return. TIGTA also estimated that over 3,000 returns were filed with preventable errors, burdening taxpayers and delaying refunds. There are actually free file options available. This notion that this is TurboTax and H&R Block trying to divert people into its system is simply false. Ultimately, the Democrats' direct file experiment demonstrates that the IRS can better serve taxpayers by highlighting existing free filing options and improving basic customer service rather than diverting a growing share of its resources and attention to redundant, expensive, government-run programs. Now, what do I mean when I say there are alternatives? Looking at the last year when Direct File was operational, it processed 296,531 accepted returns out of 160 million total filings. That's the 0.2% number. There are multiple options available to almost all U.S. taxpayers to be eligible to use programs like IRS Free File, a public-private partnership that has no cost. In the same year that 296,000 people used Free File, after I don't know if that number is before or after 60% of them declined to stay in the program, Free File filed 1.9 million returns for those who wanted to do it, a public-private partnership. In addition, there is a group called the Volunteer Income Tax Assistance Program and the Tax Counseling for the Elderly program, both of which provide free in-person preparation at thousands of locations nationwide. And these two programs themselves prepared approximately 2.7 million more tax returns for free for people in 2024, vastly exceeding Direct File's reach at a fraction of the cost. The myth is that people have to go pay money to get their tax returns prepared, when the reality is there are multiple private sector and private-public partnerships that are available for almost all Americans to have their tax returns prepared for free. Ultimately, the Democrats' direct file experiment demonstrates that the IRS can better serve taxpayers by highlighting existing free filing tax options and improving its own basic customer service, which it did this year, rather than diverting a growing share of its resources and attention to a redundant, expensive, government-run program. Therefore, Mr. President, I object.
The objection is heard.
President,
Senator from Massachusetts.
you know, Mr. President, I truly am shocked to hear my colleague from across the aisle describe direct file as too expensive for the American people. I think he said it cost $41 million to administer this system. And if it's fully operational, direct file is projected to save taxpayers $23 billion a year and countless hours of hassle. There are very few things that happen here in Washington that give such a good return on investment to taxpayers. You know, Senator Crapo said that people didn't use direct file and suggested they didn't like it somehow. You know why people didn't use direct file last year with the Republicans in charge? Maybe it was because the Trump administration and the Republicans accepted millions of dollars from the tax prep companies and did their best to sabotage the program. Because here's what we know for sure. Polling shows that over 75% of Americans support free tax online filing from the IRS. If you invest in free tax filing, Americans are going to use it. In fact, we know that because in the pilot project run by the Biden administration, 94% of those who used the program said it was excellent or above average. Not usually the kind of responses we get from people when they're paying their taxes. The argument that Republicans make that Americans can already file their taxes for free with Free File, all I say is, well, tell that to the millions of people who paid more than $100 each to file their taxes this year. Independent watchdogs have concluded over and over and over again that the tax prep companies that run Free File make it incredibly hard for people to find it, and once they find it, incredibly hard for them to use it. So what do people do? They end up paying through the nose just to file their taxes. And you know who never got charged to file their taxes? The people who used Direct File. Direct File is the only truly free online filing option for Americans. You know, the Republicans have argued that it presents conflict of interest for the IRS to both prepare and audit your taxes. I think somehow they seem to misunderstand how Direct File works. People who use Direct File are the ones preparing their own taxes, not the IRS. Just like the people who use TurboTax are the ones using a program to prepare their own taxes. And you know what happened when people used Direct File to prepare their taxes? Their returns got accepted at a higher rate than any other self-prep software. That is, it worked better than TurboTax. It worked better than the services that Americans are paying for. Look, we know what's going on here, and that is that the Trump administration and the Republicans are accepting millions of dollars in donation, a point that was not refuted by the objector to this bill. They are accepting millions of dollars in donations from these tax prep companies, and then, in return for that money, shutting down Direct File. That's where the real conflict of interest is. Look, we have a choice to make as a United States Senate, and that is, who are we here for? Why are we here to protect two multi-billion-dollar companies that manage to make big bucks by charging individual families $100, $150, $175 just to pay the taxes that they are legally required to pay? We have a system that works. It would save people billions of dollars across this country. And the only reason that we're not doing this is because the tax prep companies have figured out that making political contributions to the Republicans pays off big time. They can kill off a program that would be good for the American people, but would hurt their own profitability. You got to make a decision. Whose side are you on? The Democrats are on the side of saving money for American taxpayers. The Republicans are on the side of two big tax prep companies because they get paid to be on their side. So we may not get this one through today, but we'll keep coming back. Thank you, Mr.
Senator from Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. President. With me today is Mr. John Lowry, one of my colleagues from my office. I think I get it, Mr. President. I know you do. Tonight, millions of moms and dads will lie down to sleep, and they won't be able to because they're worried. And one of the things that they're going to be worrying about is the cost of living. I get it. We had really bad inflation under President Biden. It was like 9%.
The president just spent so much money and injected so much money in the economy without increasing supply that prices went through the roof. That's what inflation is. Created more demand than supply, and prices went up. We've gotten them down to about 3%, inflation rate I'm talking about. It jumped up a little last month, about 95 basis points as a result of the price of gas, but I think after the fighting stops in Iran, the price of gas will come back. That doesn't mean the problem is solved. When you reduce inflation from 9% to 3%, that's good, but all that means is that prices are rising less quickly. They were going up really quickly when they were rising 9%. Now that they're back down to rising 3%, that's better, but they're still going up. What people want, what I want, from one perspective, is deflation. You want prices to go down, not to just rise less quickly. Well, the problem with deflation is that we can cause deflation, but the cure will be worse than the disease because we'll have to endure unemployment of 9 or 10%. And I don't want to see that many Americans. I don't want to see any Americans, but I certainly don't want to see that many Americans thrown out of work. So what do we do about the cost of living? Look, no amount of guilt can change the past. It can't. Doesn't mean you shouldn't learn from the past, but no amount of guilt can change it. And no amount of anxiety can change the future. I mean, it's human nature to worry, but it's not going to change the future. The only thing we have is the present if we want to make things better. And I want to tell you what we're doing and we are doing. We passed a major piece of legislation that is just starting to take effect. It's going to impact every American. They came up with a new name for it because they didn't like the old name, but I kind of like the old name, so that's what I'm going to call it, the One Big Beautiful Bill. It is really breathtaking in its scope and will be in its effect. We cut taxes. Right now, don't take my word for it, just pick up the phone and arbitrarily call some Americans who file their taxes. They're getting money back. The average tax refund is up like 11%. The average American who normally gets a refund and who's already filing is going to get an extra, what works out to be an extra $250 to $300 a month. So that's going to help them deal with the higher prices. We also extended the prior tax cuts from 2017 that were about to expire. We made them permanent. Anybody who voted against making them permanent wanted to raise your taxes by $4.3 trillion. We beat them back. We increased the standard deduction. Whether you get a refund or not, you're going to pay lower taxes because we increased the standard deduction. We gave Americans a larger child tax credit. We cut taxes for many Americans on Social Security. We cut taxes on tips. We cut taxes on overtime. We gave many Americans a deduction on the interest they pay for a car loan. Not everybody. I don't want to overstate the case here, but many Americans, and I hope you qualify. For people in business, most businesses in America today are small businesses. I know you read about Google and Meta and all the biggies, but most businesses in America and most of the jobs in America are created by small businesses. And most of those small businesses are what we call LLCs or sub-S corporations. They're pass-throughs. They're pass-throughs. And we have provided that they don't have to pay any income tax on their first 20% of income. That may sound complicated. It's really not. But I can tell you it means more money in the pockets of small business women and small business men. If you're in business, we've also provided for full expensing of research and development, full expensing of new equipment and machinery. Why does that matter? That means you can buy new equipment to grow your business and deduct it from your income tax, which lowers your taxes. This is a major piece of legislation, and it's taking effect now. And it's not going to solve the problem completely, but it's going to go a long way, because the best way to deal with inflation is to grow your way out of it. If prices are going up between 2 and 3%, rather than suffering 10, 8, 12% unemployment to get prices down, to have deflation, you're better off increasing income. So people's wages and income will go up faster than prices. And that's what the One Big Beautiful Bill is going to do. So don't think we're not doing something. We are. We have. And that bill's just starting to take effect right now. The second thing we've done, I'm not going to talk about all of them. We got a problem with housing in America. You don't have to be an astrophysicist to figure that one out. You don't have to be able to explain the law of special relativity to know that the cost of a home is breathtaking, or to know that rents have gone up. Why is that? It's because of a lack of supply. Duh. That's because of a lack of supply. So what do you do to make a home more affordable, new home or used home more affordable? What do you do to make rents go down? You increase the supply. And that's what we're trying to do. I sit on the banking committee. We have passed, the Senate has twice, a housing bill. It's in front of the House of Representatives right now. And I hope my friends in the House pass it. I'll tell you one of the things it'll do. It'll increase housing starts. And if you don't think this works, just go read an article about what's going on in Austin. They increased housing supply in Austin. You know, rents are dropping in Austin like a fat guy on a seesaw. They're going down. Why? Because they increased supply. Our bill that I hope the House will pass will offer local governments control the supply of housing. It's not the federal government. It's not the state government. It's local government. You know why? Because they have control of the zoning laws. And they have to give you, the contractors, the permits to build. And if they want to restrict the supply of housing, they just make it very difficult to build a new home. If they want to expand the supply of housing, they make it easier. For a variety of reasons I won't go into, many local governments have been restricting the supply of housing. So what our bill does, we say, look, that's up to you, local government. It's your call. We don't want to be in charge of zoning laws in America. We don't want to be in charge at the federal level of permitting. But you do provide on us for money, or you do rely on us for money. Every year, we send about $3.3 billion. $3.3 billion every year, like clockwork, to local governments, called Community Development Block Grants. They love it. It's free money. And they can pretty much spend that $3.3 billion, these local governments can, on anything within reason that they want to. They love this free money. So what we did, this is in the housing bill, among other things that we passed. We said, look, this $3.3 billion, you like it? Yeah. Well, if you will increase your housing starts, here's the good news. We started out with the sugar. We said, if you will increase your housing starts, you don't have to, but if you will increase housing starts in your city or local area, we will give you an extra dose of that community development block grant money. Here's the bad news for them. And we also said, now you don't have to increase housing starts. But if you don't, we're going to pay the cities who did increase their housing starts with the money that we were giving you that you don't get because you chose not to. So this bill isn't going to cost the American taxpayer any more money. The $3.3 billion is going to remain the same. But those cities that do a better job of increasing housing are going to get more money. Where's that money going to come from? It's going to come from the cities that didn't want to increase housing starts. And it'll work. All you have to do is go look and see what's going on in Austin. I have two more topics I want to talk about. Look, everybody's got an opinion about Iran. I get it. That's good. Americans are entitled to have an opinion. Every member of the Senate has an opinion. Every member of the House has an opinion. Obviously, the President has an opinion. The Pope has an opinion. Everybody has an opinion, and that's a good thing. I can tell you why I think we did the right thing by going into Iran. First of all, the people of Iran are wonderful people. I'm not talking about the people. I'm talking about their government, which is run by their supreme leader. Now, the old supreme leader is now dead, is Woodrow Wilson. But they have a new supreme leader. It's the son of the old supreme leader. And he's just as crazy as his daddy was. The people in charge in Iran, they're a theocracy. That means, unlike America, where we separate church and state, and there they marry their church to their state. And the supreme leader who rules Iran thinks that he is speaking for God. He really thinks God is telling him to do all this stuff. And the supreme leader believes that if you disagree with his version of his religion, you should die. And they hate America. And they hate Israel. And they do. They want to kill us and hurt us the entire time we're dying. And they're trying to get a nuclear weapon. This isn't like China having a nuclear weapon, or Russia, or India, or Pakistan. Let me ask you a question. Would you give Charles Manson a nuclear weapon? That's what we're talking about here. Charles Manson's also dead as Woodrow Wilson. But would you give a Charles Manson type person a nuclear weapon? No. And that's why we can't let the supreme leader and his minions in Iran have one. Now, how do we stop it? Well, this is what Iran was up to. First of all, President Trump and Israel went in June and bombed the cities, destroyed them substantially. To develop a nuclear weapon, you've got to have fissile material, enriched uranium, and we hit their production facility so hard that a lot of that uranium is buried underneath the earth, underneath the ground, but it's still there, okay? But we bombed the hell out of them, and we set them way back in terms of their nuclear ability. but it still exists. And we received intelligence saying Iran has started to take some baby steps to restart their nuclear program that we bombed to hell and back last June. But that's not really why we went in. We also received intelligence that said Iran has a new game plan. The supreme leader, nutty as a fruitcake, the supreme leader's decided here's his game plan. He is going to double and triple missile production. Ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, also drones. They were producing those things at anywhere from 200 to 600 a month, maybe more. And the supreme leader was going to stockpile all these new missiles and these new drones. And then he was going to turn to America and Israel and the rest of the world and say, I'm restarting the nuclear program. And you can bomb me. You can bomb us if you want to. But we've got all these missiles, and some of these missiles can reach Berlin and Paris and London and Turkey, and we're going to use them. First thing we're going to do is destroy the Middle East. We don't care. We're Charles Manson. We're going to destroy the Middle East, and then we're going to start on anybody else that we're mad at. We couldn't let that happen. We couldn't. So Israel and the president attacked. Now, whether you think it was a good idea or a bad idea, that's up to you. I can tell you the effect of it, though. Okay, the media won't report it, but this is undeniable. We hit Iran so hard, they are coughing up bones. The public sector, but also the private sector today in Iran. It doesn't give me any joy to say this. We had no choice. I don't know how they're standing. They're held together with duct tape and spit. Israel and America ran 21,000 bombing runs. We bombed seaports, airports, the electrical grid, railroads, the petrochemical industry, the pharma industry, their steel industry. 6 out of 10 Iranians of adult age don't have a job and don't have any prospect of getting a job. Many parts of the country don't even have electricity. We knocked out 2/3 of the Supreme Leader's missile launchers. Does he still have some left? Yeah, they're buried in the ground. He's got to dig them out. You probably saw pictures on TV of the bulldozers. We think we've knocked out half of their cruise missiles and ballistic missiles. We're not sure how many drones. They don't have an air force anymore in Iran. They don't have a navy either. They still have some small boats that the Revolutionary Guard, which is part of their military, runs. But they don't have a navy. We sunk all their ships. We attacked virtually every single building we know of, which is run by the Revolutionary Guard, which is part of their military. I don't think the American people, because the press hadn't reported it, have a full appreciation for the damage that we did and had to do. I've seen estimates as high as $1 trillion for them to rebuild. And I know the press glibly reports, China and Russia will help them build back. What's the point of the war? Well, the point of the war, they're not going to have a nuclear weapon anytime soon. Charles Manson may be able to find a knife, but he's not going to have a nuclear weapon. And in order to rebuild Iran, it's going to take 20, 25 years. And I don't know if we'll be able to recover all the enriched uranium. Some of my Democratic colleagues and some of our colleagues in the media are saying it's a failure because you didn't get their their enriched uranium. I never figured we'd get it. And a lot of my colleagues are saying, well, it's a failure because you didn't affect regime change. The nut jobs are still in charge. That's true. We can't dictate regime change. That's up to the Iranian people. Only way we can dictate regime change is sending in troops, and I don't want to do that. But the fact of the matter is that if you think the theocracy run by the government of Iran, the Charlie Mansons, was dangerous to the world, and I do, then the world is a much safer place today. And that's just a fact. That is a fact. It's going to be a long time before the Charlie Manson can rebuild. And it's going to be a hell of a long time before the new supreme leader, is going to get a nuclear weapon. Third and final point. I don't know whether I ought to do this, but I'm going to do it. I don't hate anybody. I've said that before standing here. I don't. I do not. When I pray, I pray. God, don't let me hate, because it is hard up here. It's not worth it. But if I had a short list of people that I would consider hating, Congressman Eric Swalwell would be on it. He has undermined the confidence of the American people in this body. Here's my impression of Congressman Eric Swalwell eating an ice cream cone. You know why I do that? Life is hard, but it's harder when you're stupid. And if you're going to be stupid, by God, you better be tough. This is no country for creepy old men. And Congressman Swalwell, he better find that out. Karma may be slow, but it's almost always on time. I yield to my friend, Senator Kelly.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent that it be in order for Senator Sanders to make motions to discharge S.J. Res. 32 and S.J. Res. 138 from the Committee on Foreign Relations, and the Senate debate the motions to discharge concurrently. Further, that the following senators be permitted to speak on the motions to discharge, and upon the use or yielding back of time, the Senate vote on the motions to discharge in the order in which the motions were made. Sanders for up to 20 minutes, Van Hollen for up to 10 minutes, Merkley for up to 5 minutes, Kane for up to 5 minutes, Markey for up to 5 minutes, and Risch for up to 5 minutes.
Without objection.
Mr. President, later today, we're going to take a vote on the delivery of bulldozers and 1,000-pound bombs to Israel. First, let me say that I cannot and will not abandon Israel. Israel is one of our closest partners. They have a right to defend themselves, and I will always support Israel's right to exist as a successful and prosperous nation. As the Israeli people face the threat of missile and rocket attacks from Iran and its proxies, that support continues to be important today. Supporting a partner doesn't mean that we don't ask tough questions. And it doesn't mean that we always agree. Our support for our allies must always be about what makes us stronger and safer. And we can look at what's happening in the region right now and understand that this is not business as usual, and it is not making us safer. The United States and Israel are fighting a war against Iran without a clear strategy or goal. I've been clear that I oppose this war in Iran and the reckless decisions being made by Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump. Under Prime Minister Netanyahu's government, we've seen an expanded war in Lebanon that is putting innocent Lebanese civilians at risk, and ongoing violence against Palestinians and their homes being demolished in the West Bank. All of this has undermined the path forward for peace. That matters when we are making decisions about sending these weapons, including bulldozers that could be used to level more homes and put a two-state solution further at risk. I flew 39 combat missions in Operation Desert Storm. I've been trusted with the grave responsibility of using deadly force against our enemies. It's not something I take lightly. Neither is the responsibility we have here. That is the lens I've looked at these two votes through. We are in a moment where we have to ask ourselves, does this bring us closer to peace and security? And today, I've decided to vote yes on these resolutions to stop these transfers. Our partnership matters for Israel and for the United States. I've been clear about that, and I'll continue to be. Israel must maintain the capabilities and means to protect its people. I'm confident they can do that today, and will be able to do so in the future with our partnership, and I will always support that. We have to work together towards a future where the Jewish state of Israel is secure and where there is a durable peace in the region. Thank you, Mr. President, and I yield the floor.
I recognize the senator from Vermont.
Pursuant to Section 36B1 of the Arms Export Control Act, I move to discharge the Committee on Foreign Relations from further consideration of SJ Res 32.
The clerk will report the motion.
The senator from Vermont, Mr. Sanders, moves to discharge Senate Joint Resolution 32, providing for congressional disapproval of the proposed foreign military sale to the government of Israel of certain defense articles and services from the Committee on Foreign Relations.
Mr. President, pursuant to Section 36B1 of the Arms Export Control Act, I move to discharge the Committee on Foreign Relations from further consideration of SJ Res 138.
The clerk will report the motion.
The senator from Vermont, Mr. Sanders, moves to discharge Senate Joint Resolution 138, providing for congressional disapproval of the proposed foreign military sale to the government of Israel of certain defense articles and services from the Committee on Foreign Relations.
Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from Vermont.
Thank you. Mr. President, let me begin by thanking Senator Kelly not only for his remarks and his work as a U.S. Senator, but for his service to our country in the military, and I very much appreciate his support for these resolutions. Mr. President, 60% of our people here in the United States live paycheck to paycheck. They are struggling to pay for groceries, for housing, for health care, and increasingly the ability to fill up their gas tanks in their cars in order to get to work. We also have a $37 trillion national debt. Bottom line, the American people, whether they are Democrats, Republicans, or independents, conservatives, moderates, or progressives, want to make certain that their tax dollars are spent responsibly. And in strong and growing numbers, they do not want us to continue spending billions of their taxpayer dollars in support of the illegal, horrific, and expansionist war policies of the Netanyahu government in Israel. Since October 7th, 2023, the United States has provided over $21 billion in military aid to Israel. And today we are saying loudly and clearly, enough is enough. Mr. President, we all know that on October 7th, 2023, Hamas, a terrorist organization, attacked Israel. They killed more than 1,200 innocent men, women, and children, and took hundreds of hostages. I believe that there is no disagreement in this chamber that, like any other country on earth, Israel had the absolute right to respond to that barbaric Hamas attack. But, Mr. President, Israel did not have the right to violate international law and wage an all-out war of unspeakable destruction against the entire Palestinian people in what experts have correctly concluded is a genocide. Israel did not have the right, out of a population of 2.2 million, to kill more than 72,000 Palestinians in Gaza and wound over 170,000. That is more than 10% of the population. If that happened here in America, that would be over 30 million Americans dead or wounded. And in Gaza, a strong majority of the dead and wounded are women, children, and the elderly. And by the way, that number is likely an underestimate as to the tragedy, as bodies are literally being pulled out of the rubble every single day. Mr. President, Israel did not have the right to destroy virtually all of Gaza's infrastructure, including its water and sewer systems and its supply of electricity. They did not have the right to demolish every one of Gaza's 12 universities, along with hundreds of schools, dismantling their entire educational system. Vast majority of the children in Gaza today are not in school. Israel did not have the right to indiscriminately bomb civilian neighborhoods and damage or destroy over 90% of the housing units in Gaza, over 90% damaged or destroyed, resulting in the vast majority of the population there now sleeping in tents. That is where they are today. Israel did not have the right to bomb over 90% of the hospitals in Gaza, hospitals, and killed 1,700 healthcare workers. And Mr. President, Israel did not have the right to impose a blockade which prevented food, water, and medicine from entering Gaza, resulting in thousands of Palestinians being diagnosed with malnutrition and hundreds actually starving to death. But, Mr. President, today we're not just talking about Gaza. In the West Bank, in direct violation of international law that protects Palestinian territory, Israeli soldiers and settlers since October 2023 have killed over 1,000 Palestinians, including 233 children. During that period, Mr. President, they have demolished more than 6,000 Palestinian homes and established more than 200 new illegal settlements and outposts in Palestinian territory. And let us be clear, because I think there is some confusion about this. These actions are not just the results of some extremists, out-of-control settlers who are just doing whatever they want. Those actions are consistent with Israeli government policy. Netanyahu's security cabinet has approved the most sweeping changes to the West Bank's legal status since 1967, removing nearly all constraints on settlement expansion. Netanyahu himself declared, this is Netanyahu, quote, "There will never be a Palestinian state," end quote. And I say that to some people here who still say, well, we're in favor of a two-state solution. That is not Mr. Netanyahu's position. Quote, he said, "There will never be a Palestinian state." His finance minister, Bezalel Smotrich, bragged that new settlement construction in the West Bank would bury, that's his word, bury the idea of a Palestinian state. But, Mr. President, it is not just Gaza and the West Bank. We now know that Netanyahu convinced President Trump to start an unprovoked and unconstitutional war on Iran. For 40 years, Netanyahu has wanted the United States to participate with Israel in a war against Iran, and finally, after 40 years of effort, he finally found in Trump a president willing to go along. He couldn't get Democratic presidents in the past, couldn't get Republican presidents in the past. In Trump, he finally found a president willing to go along. This war in violation of international law has resulted already in the deaths of thousands of civilians, including hundreds of children in Iran and Lebanon, including 26 Israeli civilians who are now dead and 13 American soldiers who have lost their lives so far in this conflict. Mr. President, all over the world, certainly including the United States, hundreds of millions of innocent people are suffering the economic consequences of this war, with higher prices and growing scarcity of basic goods. I believe that in Vermont now, the price of gas, regular gas, is about $4 a gallon. Parts of the country, it is even higher than that. But, Mr. President, for Netanyahu, Gaza was not enough. Attacking Iran was not enough. Netanyahu is now waging a full-blown war of expansion against Lebanon. That war in Lebanon has not only killed more than 2,000 people, but has resulted in Israel occupying 14% of Lebanese territory. Let me repeat that. The war in Lebanon has not only killed more than 2,000 people, but has resulted in Israel occupying 14% of Lebanese territory. Mr. President, the Israeli Defense Minister, Israel Katz, has announced that all Lebanese border villages will be demolished. Will be demolished. His exact words, following, quote, the model in Gaza. They're going to demolish border villages. Bezalel Smotrich, the finance minister, has warned that Dayaya, a suburb of South Beirut, quote, will look like Khan Yunis, end quote, a city in Gaza that Israel reduced to rubble. In other words, what they did in Gaza is now what they intend to do in parts of Lebanon. And these, Mr. President, are not threats, they are promises. For all of the reasons that I have given, and more, and you're going to hear more from some of my colleagues in a few moments, support for Israel in this country has plummeted. Today, according to a recent Pew poll, 80% of Democrats now have an unfavorable opinion of Israel, and 41% of Republicans share that view. And the numbers in all parties among young people are even higher. Young people, whether they are young Democrats, progressives, conservatives, do not want us to continue to fund the horrific war policies of Netanyahu. A recent Quinnipiac poll also found that 60%, including 3/4 of Democrats, 2/3 of independents, and 37% of Republicans, I say that to my Republican colleagues, 37% of Republicans do not want the U.S. sending more military aid to Israel. And that is why, Mr. President, I am offering today 2 joint resolutions of disapproval, the only formal mechanism Congress has to block an arms sale. The first resolution would block the sale of $151 million in 1,000-pound bombs. The second would block $295 million in bulldozers, the machines used to demolish homes in the West Bank and Gaza and make a Palestinian state physically impossible. Mr. President, the time is long overdue for members of the U.S. Senate to start listening to the American people and not to AIPAC. The time is now for us to end all U.S. military aid to the extremist Netanyahu government, and a yes vote is an important way forward. Mr. President, with that, I would yield to my colleague from Maryland, Senator Chris Van Hollen.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Maryland.
Mr. President, I rise in support of the 2 resolutions offered by my colleague, Senator Sanders, that would bar the transfer of certain offensive weapons and equipment to the Netanyahu government. Specifically, these resolutions would block the transfer of 12,000 1,000-pound bombs and 132 armored bulldozers, valued at more than $446 million and funded entirely by American taxpayers. Mr. President, we cannot continue to provide a blank check to the Netanyahu government as it continues to use U.S. weapons in violation of U.S. and international law. As I've long said, Israel was justified in its war against Hamas after the horrific attack of October 7, 2023. But the Netanyahu government is not justified in imposing collective punishment on all the people of Gaza. As Senator Merkley and I wrote in our report after traveling to the region in August 2025, and I quote, "The Netanyahu government is implementing a plan to ethnically cleanse Gaza of Palestinians. America is complicit." And now, as Senator Sanders indicated, Israeli leaders are saying out loud they plan to apply the same plans in southern Lebanon as they implemented in Gaza. Senator Sanders mentioned threatening what they did in Khan Yunis. As recently as March 31st, Israeli Defense Minister Katz said that, and I quote, "All homes in Lebanese villages near the border will be destroyed in accordance with the Rafah and Beit Hanun model in Gaza," unquote. Well, colleagues, I've visited Gaza. I visited the Gaza crossing, the Rafah crossing twice, along with my colleague, Senator Merkley. First in January 2024, when Rafah's population had quadrupled from pre-war levels to more than 1 million people who'd been displaced within Gaza, from northern Gaza. And then we traveled to the Rafah crossing in August 2025, after the IDF's offensive against Rafah, one that the Biden administration claimed that they tried to stop. And on that visit, Senator Merkley and I climbed a rooftop, and you could look into Rafah, obliterated, reduced to absolute rubble. And as we were told by former IDF soldiers, eyewitnesses who had the courage to speak with us, Israel has systematically dismantled essential infrastructure and wrought near total destruction of the civilian sites throughout Gaza, including through the use of these bulldozers and 100,000-pound bombs. And now the Israeli Minister of Defense says they're going to do the same thing in southern Lebanon. And indeed, since the war in Lebanon restarted, Israeli forces have killed over 2,000 people, including 250 people in 10 minutes the day after the ceasefire was announced. Entire villages have been destroyed and over 1.1 million people displaced. Now, let's not forget how we got in to this most recent round of destruction in the region. President Trump is fully responsible for getting America into this war, period. But we know from Trump administration officials and public reporting how Prime Minister Netanyahu, for his own reasons, was pushing Trump to attack Iran. Indeed, he said it himself. On April 11th, Netanyahu boasted to the Israeli public that Israel was, quote, "first to act because we knew what was at stake. But if I had told you a year ago that our pilots, men and women, would fly in Iran, who would have believed it?" said Prime Minister Netanyahu. Went on to say, "If I had told you a year ago that the United States of America, the strongest power in the world, would fight by our side, shoulder to shoulder, wing to wing for nearly 40 days against the common enemy, who would have believed it?" And then Prime Minister Netanyahu went on to say, "All this happened because we initiated, we acted, we attacked," unquote. Now, those of us who have been around here a little while know that Prime Minister Netanyahu has been pushing for a war with Iran for a very long time. In fact, he recently publicly acknowledged that the current U.S.-Israel war on Iran, quote, "allows us to do what I've been hoping to do for 40 years. That's what Prime Minister Netanyahu said. I remember when Prime Minister Netanyahu actually spoke before a joint session of Congress asking us not to support the JCPOA, which of course prevented Iran from getting a nuclear weapon. Of course, the current president then tore that up when he first came into office. So Prime Minister Netanyahu has been trying to get previous presidents to join him in attacking Iran, but no previous president was stupid enough or reckless enough to actually do it. And so here we are. without facing any imminent threat, President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu started an illegal war against Iran. And it is a gross violation of international law. Indeed, on April 2nd, a group of over 100 international law experts, people who actually believe in international law, included former U.S. and UN officials, published an open letter stating, quote, the initiation of the campaign was a clear violation of the United Nations Charter, and that the conduct of the United States and Israeli forces in the war, quote, raises serious concerns about violations of international human rights and international humanitarian law, including potential war crimes. That's on top of the illegality of initiating a war against Iran. Now look, earlier this afternoon, nearly all Democrats voted together to end Donald Trump's illegal war against Iran. Many of us have vowed that we will not support one taxpayer dollar to continue this war that's making us less safe and less well off. Well, that commitment and determination should apply to the Trump administration and to the Netanyahu administration. We need to rein in Trump in this illegal war, and we need to rein in the Netanyahu administration in this illegal war. Now, colleagues, I want to focus for a moment on the portion of the Sanders resolution that bans the transfer of bulldozers to the IDF. These are the bulldozers that helped raise Rafah in Gaza to the ground. And for those who don't remember, I asked them to recall the case of Rachel Corrie, a 23-year-old American peace activist who was killed by an Israeli bulldozer trying to block the razing of buildings in Rafah over 20 years ago. Rachel Corrie has never gotten any justice, and her family will tell you that today. In fact, just since January of 2022, at least 9 more American citizens have been killed by extremist Israeli settlers or security forces in the West Bank. And not one of them, not one, has gotten justice. Just like Rachel Corrie, no accountability. Now, Mr. President, there's no piece of equipment that has helped Israel and Netanyahu government destroy civilian infrastructure in the West Bank and Gaza and now Lebanon more than the bulldozer. Just look at the titles of some of the reporting coming from what's happening about southern Lebanon. Guardian title, "Everything's Gone. Israel Destroys Entire Villages." And you can see it for yourself. I really encourage my colleagues just to look at the videos. Some of them have been shared by members of the Israeli military themselves that showed controlled detonations and destruction of entire villages. And this isn't new. During the last war in Lebanon, Amnesty International documented how the Israeli military carried out extensive and deliberate destruction of civilian property across almost the entire Lebanese border with Israel, including 10,000 structures, primarily through the use of manually laid explosives and bulldozers. And in the West Bank, as we speak, we're seeing violent Israeli settlers kill Palestinian citizens with impunity. And we're also seeing the use of these bulldozers to demolish Palestinian homes in the West Bank and other civilian infrastructures. Again, you can see it for yourselves in the videos. This is all part of a slow-motion ethnic cleansing effort in the West Bank and de facto annexation of the West Bank. Indeed, the New York Times in September 2024 spoke about raids in the West Bank villages of Tulkrum and Jenin. The headline was this, quote, "Israeli bulldozers flatten mile after mile in the West Bank," end quote. In total, since the Gaza war started, Israeli authorities have demolished at least 4,900 structures in the West Bank and displaced 9,000 Palestinians there. And as this has gone on So has settler violence, often with the complicity of the IDF in the West Bank. Over 1,000 Palestinians, including 230 children, have been killed with virtual impunity since October 2023. And with impunity. The Israeli human rights organization Yesh Din said that between 2005 and December 2025, that's a 20-year period, more than 93% of police investigations into settler violence in the West Bank concluded without an indictment. So what are we going to do about this, Mr. President? We need to stop providing the Netanyahu government with an absolute blank check. We need to demand accountability for American citizens who have been killed there. And so I urge my colleagues now to support this resolution. If we want to rein in a Trump administration that launched an illegal war against Iran, we should also rein in the Netanyahu administration. It's doing exactly the same thing with American taxpayer dollars. I yield the floor.
I thank the
Senator from Vermont.
I thank the senator from Maryland and yield to the senator from Oregon, Mr. Merkley.
Mr. President,
I recognize the senator from Oregon.
on February 28th, in coordination with and at the urging of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, President Trump attacked Iran without congressional authorization. That is, without the authority required under our Constitution. And almost immediately, Hezbollah, Iran's proxy, engaged in a battle with Israel. And now we have Israel invading southern Lebanon. And the Netanyahu government is exercising the same strategy they pursued in Gaza. Drop massive bombs, level entire towns, block routes for civilians to leave, and block access for humanitarian relief. And the United States, we're partners in this. We're complicit in this. Not just because we partnered with Israel to ignite the war with Iran, but because we sold the bombs and the bulldozers that Israel is using. We didn't stop supplying the Netanyahu government with weapons years ago, even when it became clear that they were deliberately targeting homes, schools, and hospitals. When they were blocking deliveries of humanitarian aid, including water, food, and medicine. When the result was mass malnutrition, particularly among mothers and children and the elderly. We must not continue to be complicit in these tragedies by selling these tools of destruction, the bombs and the bulldozer, to Israel. The administration says, let's sell them 12,000 more 1,000-pound bombs. Picture 12,000 1,000-pound bombs dropping on neighborhoods. That's what we're enabling. Or a vast number of bulldozers to destroy homes and buildings. We've seen it in the West Bank. Homes and villages bulldozed. Ancient olive groves bulldozed. And now we're seeing it in Lebanon, with the Netanyahu government bragging about doing the same thing to Lebanon they did to Gaza, make it uninhabitable. Let's be clear, bulldozers are not defensive weapons. Recent satellite images of southern Lebanon show the Netanyahu government flattening towns, destroying bridges, cutting off civilian movement, cutting off humanitarian access, in a replay of the destruction we saw in Gaza. Not to mention, the Netanyahu government has supported settlers in their expansion, massive expansion of outposts and settlements on Palestinian land in the West Bank, in their mass increase in construction of homes and villages, and most disturbing of all, supporting the settlers in their violent attacks on Palestinian communities. All of this in the goal of creating a greater Israel by destroying any prospect of a Palestinian state. And let's not forget, as my colleague from Maryland mentioned, it was a bulldozer operated by the Israeli Defense Forces that killed American citizen Rachel Corrie in Rafah in 2003, the first of 14 American citizens who have been killed by Israeli soldiers since then. Approving this sale of the bombs and bulldozers deepens our responsibility for these tragedies and for the suffering. Colleagues, when we became senators, we swore an oath to take on the responsibilities designated to Congress in the Constitution, including the question of war. As Madison summarized, the Constitution supposes what the history of all governments demonstrates, that the executive is the branch of power most interested in war, most prone to it. Thus, the Constitution has accordingly, with studied care, vested the question of war in the legislature. That's the Constitution we swore an oath to. And it's the Constitution that President Trump violated by launching a war without congressional authorization. In 1973, during the Vietnam War, Congress approved the War Powers Act to, in the words, quote, fulfill the intent of the framers of the Constitution to rein in the president from waging wars without congressional approval. The War Powers Act does allow the president to respond to an imminent threat that is, and I quote, a national emergency created by an attack upon the United States, its territories, possessions, or armed forces. But in this case, no such condition existed, and thus the violation of the Constitution. Yet earlier today, my colleagues across the aisle voted to allow the president to continue to violate the law and violate the Constitution. When will we say enough is enough?
Senator's time's expired.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask 1 minute to close. Unanimous consent for 1 minute to close.
Without objection.
Thank you. Let us today, all 100 senators, uphold our oath to the Constitution. The indiscriminate use of American bombs in Iran and Lebanon and Gaza to target civilians and infrastructure by Israel must end. We should not sell these bulldozers and these bombs to Israel. I urge my colleagues to vote for these two joint resolutions of disapproval. Thank you.
Recognize the senator from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise tonight in support of Senator Sanders' joint resolutions of disapproval for select arms sales to Israel. The Senate has voted on similar resolutions in the past, all of which I have supported. The last time this chamber voted on prior resolutions, Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu's government was bombarding Gaza. A ceasefire had collapsed. Hostage release negotiations had stalled, and innocent children and families in Gaza were starving and suffering. And that was because the Netanyahu government, fueled by extremist Israeli National Security Minister Ben-Gvir and Finance Minister Smotrich, and supported by the Trump administration was blocking humanitarian aid from reaching Palestinians in Gaza. The large-scale bombs covered by those resolutions went far beyond what Israel needed for its defense. Their use would cause indiscriminate damage and only worsen the humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza. Now, the need for restrictions on military aid to Netanyahu has only taken on renewed urgency. The Trump administration is proposing to sell to Netanyahu 1,000-pound bombs and armored bulldozers that Netanyahu could use not only in Gaza, the West Bank, and Lebanon, but also in Trump's illegal and unnecessary war in Iran. I fully support the current ceasefire with Iran, but tenuous as it may be, Vice President J.D. Vance's bid for a peace deal in Pakistan last weekend failed, and fighting could resume at any time. So make no mistake, a vote to approve arms sales to Israel at this time would be seen as a message of approval for Trump and Netanyahu's disastrous war against Iran. I will not send that message. Trump's war of choice in Iran is a moral tragedy and economic disaster playing out before our eyes. It is only making the United States, Israel, and the world less safe. Let us count the ways. 1, we have seen thousands of civilian deaths in Iran and Lebanon. More than 100 Iranian schoolgirls have been killed by American weapons, and 13 American service members have been killed and hundreds injured. 2, the United States and the Netanyahu government are losing credibility. In particular, President Trump's threats of war crimes and genocide against Iran are a total abdication of moral leadership on the global stage and must be opposed here and everywhere. 3, the United States and Iran are blockading the Strait of Hormuz, crippling the global economy and sending energy prices sky high. 4, gas prices in America are $1.20 a gallon higher than before the war. Vehicle owners will be paying $500 to $600 more here in the United States over the course of this next year. It is going to be Trump at the pump. The American people are going to be paying for this war. And 5, this dangerous, unnecessary, and expensive war has cost the American taxpayer about $50 billion so far, with the Trump administration seeking hundreds of billions of dollars more as part of a $1.5 trillion military budget, which must be rejected. And 6, Iran still controls its uranium. And 7, there has been no regime change. We just swapped out one Ayatollah for another. And 8 Iranians are still not free. Why would we send American military weapons that could prolong, escalate, or worsen this horrible situation in the Middle East? I say no more. The Senate should express its opposition to Trump and Netanyahu's needless war and seek to stop it. Number 1, we should pass these resolutions to block 1,000-pound bombs and armored bulldozers for use in this war. 2, we should pass a war powers resolution that denies President Trump the authority to continue this war. And 3, we should reject any request for funding to pay for Trump's war of choice. Today, we must send a clear message that the United States Senate opposes in the strongest possible terms Trump and Netanyahu's dangerous, expensive, unnecessary, and immoral war. There is no military solution to this crisis. We must solve this at the negotiating table. We must end this war now. We must pass these resolutions in order to have the United States Senate speak to our outrage at what is happening in the name of the American people. Mr. President, with that, I yield.
The Senator from Virginia.
Mr. President, I rise in support of Senator Sanders' resolutions. I'll be voting for both of them. On February 21, 2024, I wrote a public letter to President Biden, and I said the Hamas attack on Israel is devastating, and Israel faces threats from other adversaries in the region, and we should help Israel defend its civilians, but we should do so only by providing defensive weapons to Israel and not offensive weapons. Why defensive weapons? We've long been a security partner of Israel, and those who follow the relationship understand there are threats to Israeli civilians that are very present because of actors in the region like Hezbollah and Hamas and the Houthis and Iran and Iranian-backed militias. Israeli civilians do face threats that warrant the U.S. providing defensive support. But I took the public position more than 2 years ago now that it would be wrong to send offensive weapons to Israel. And that position was based on exactly the same reason: protect civilians, protect Palestinian civilians, protect Lebanese civilians, protect civilians. And offensive weapons delivered to Israel and the way they are using them, particularly bombs, are guaranteed to cause mass civilian suffering. That's what's happened in Gaza. That's what is happening in Lebanon. And anyone who's paid attention to this region just has to answer this question: is more civilian death going to get us to the right place? This is a region that has been replete with the deaths of civilians, and the U.S. taxpayer and this body should not be pouring gasoline or adding tinder to a fire where more and more civilians are in jeopardy. And so since that public letter to President Biden, I have supported Senator Sanders and other resolutions before. If weapons are offensive in nature, the U.S. shouldn't be transferring them. And I will support the resolutions for that matter. We need to protect civilians. We don't need to pour gasoline on a fire in a region and accelerate more deaths of civilians. I have received some outreach about this particular vote from some who say this is a vote to deny all military aid to Israel. That is not what this vote is about. This is about denying particular weapons that are offensive in nature. Just to give you an order of magnitude, during this term of Congress, the President has noticed 27 different arms transfers to Israel. And with these two joint resolutions of disapproval, we have challenged six of those 27 arms transfers as being offensive in nature. We have not challenged 21 of the arms transfers that are primarily defensive in nature. There has been not a single senator who has brought up a challenge to the defensive arms sales because we want to protect civilian lives. But when weapons like this that are offensive in nature are guaranteed to lead to the deaths of civilians, I think it's appropriate to challenge them, and that's why I am going to support these resolutions. I've also had some to say that if these resolutions succeed, the United States is reducing its support for Israeli defense. That is also not true. The support for the Israeli defense is a result of a 10-year memorandum of understanding that has an annual allocation for Israeli defense that has been supplemented by a supplemental bill that was passed by this body in April of 2024. That amount of money, which is an annual allocation, gets drawn down by these transfers. I would urge my colleagues to support the cessation of offensive weapons transfers. If this bill succeeds, it doesn't reduce support for Israeli defense by a single penny. It just means that Israel should request and the U.S. should consider transferring defensive weapons to enable Israel to defend its own civilians, but not carry out military action that would harm others' civilians. The principle of let's just stop the damage to civilians in the region seems to me to be overwhelming. If the death of civilians was accomplishing anything, we would have seen that accomplishment long before now. And so stopping the transfer of offensive weapons seems to me to be the right thing to do, not just for the U.S. security interest and the safety of our service members in the region, but it's also the right thing to do to promote regional stability and the security of Israel. And for that reason, I'll vote for the resolutions, and I appreciate my colleague introducing them.
The senator from Vermont.
Let me thank Senator Van Hollen and Senator Merkley and Senator Markey and Senator Kaine, and before that, Senator Kelly for their remarks. The American people increasingly are sick and tired of spending billions of dollars in support of illegal, horrific military actions on the part of the Netanyahu government. We have spent tens of billions of dollars already. Gaza has been destroyed, 10% of the population dead or wounded. Netanyahu got Trump into a war in Iran. Thousands of civilians are now dead, including many children. And now Netanyahu is at war in Lebanon. Thousands of civilians dead, civilian neighborhoods bombed, 1 million people displaced from their homes, and 14% of Lebanese territory occupied by Israel. What the American people are saying is enough, enough. And by the way, this is bipartisan. It's not just Democrats, not just independents. It is a significant number of Republicans who remember President Trump talking about America first, talking about the needs to invest in this country, not in bombs and bulldozers to destroy people in the Middle East. So with that, Mr. President, I would hope that we would have a very strong vote in support of these resolutions to tell Netanyahu, to tell the world that enough is enough. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
The senator from Idaho.
Thank you, Mr. President. As everyone in this chamber knows, Israel is one of the closest allies in the Middle East. No one can discount the fact that without Israel and President Trump's maximum pressure campaign, Iran would have nuclear weapons, would still be exporting terror throughout the region, and would still pose a significant military threat to its neighbors and indeed a good share of the rest of the world. Unlike some of our other allies, Israel has stood side by side with the United States, working hand in glove to advance our shared objectives and to keep American citizens safe. Passing these two resolutions would embolden our adversary, Iran, and call into question American reliability in the region. Refusing to send help to allies, to sell weapons to allies, would be incredibly debilitating to our ability to work together. It would send the message that the United States is prepared to leave our ally Israel vulnerable to further Iranian attacks and put the tens of thousands of Americans living there at risk. This is unacceptable, is not acceptable. Again, I come to the floor and tell Iran, no one is coming to help you. Not China, not Russia, not North Korea, not Venezuela, not Cuba, except for the 47 people that sit over here. They are trying to help you, Iran. We're not going to let that happen. We are not going to abandon our ally, Israel. We are not going to abandon the fight that is taking place. We're going to win this fight, and I have already won it to a very large extent. Let us not forget, the Iranian regime has been exporting terrorism and chanting death to America and death to Israel consistently since the founding of this regime 47 years ago. Enough is enough. It's time to continue this until we get to the end. This is not going to be a forever war. The country of Iran is very badly debilitated right now. I would hope that common sense prevails and they reach an agreement with the administration and get to a permanent ceasefire. I would urge all of my colleagues, oppose these resolutions. They will not help the United States of America. Thank you.
Under the previous order, the question occurs on the motion to discharge S.J. Res. 32. Is there a sufficient second? Appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Mr. Armstrong, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice.
No.
Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, thank you, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Kane, Murphy, Sanders, and Van Hollen. Senators voting in the negative: Cortez Masto, Grassley, Justice, Marshall, Marino, Risch, Scott of Florida, Tillis, and Tuberville. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Armstrong, no. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mr. Gallego, aye. Ms. Ernst, no. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Sheehy, no. Mr. Schiff, aye. Mr. Johnson, no. Moody, no. Mr. Wyden, aye. Ms. Smith, aye. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Rounds, no. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Barrasso, no. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Kim, aye. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mr. King, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Mr. Husted, no. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Graham, no. Mr. Lee, no. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Ms. Collins, no. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. McCormick, no. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Daines, no. Mr. Crapo, no. Mr. Paul, no. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Ms. Rosen, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester, aye. Mrs. Murray? Aye. Mr. Banks? No. Mr. Bozeman? No. Mr. Reed? Aye. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Budd? No. Mr. Cotton? No. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Warner? Aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina? No. Mrs. Shaheen? Aye. Ms. Hassan? Aye. Mr. Ricketts, no. Ms. Alsterbrooks, aye. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Curtis, no. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Coons, no. Ms. Slotkin, aye. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Bennett, aye. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Schmidt, no. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Padilla, aye. They're in. Oops. Mrs. Britt, no.
Okay. On this vote, the yeas are 40, the nays 59. The motion is not agreed to. Okay. Under the previous order, the question occurs on the motion to discharge S.J. Res. 138. Is there a sufficient second? Appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Mr. Armstrong, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn.
Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Brett, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Durbin, Gallego, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Merkley, Padilla, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Smith, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Armstrong, Barrasso, Britt, Cassidy, Coons, Cotton, Kramer, Curtis, Fisher, Graham, Hawley, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Justice, Kennedy, McConnell, McCormick, Moreno, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Schmidt, Schumer, Scott of South Carolina, Sullivan, Wicker. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. Fetterman, no. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Hoeven, no. Mr. Dames, no. Mr. Crapo, no. Mr. Johnson, no. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Grassley, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Rounds, no. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Langford, no. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Banks, no. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Ms. Slotkin, aye. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Ms. Ernst, no. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Ms. Collins, no. Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. Lujan, aye. Ms. Alsobrooks, aye. Mrs. Murray, aye. Mr. Cruz, no. Ms. Lamas, no. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mrs. Moody, no. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Budd, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Lee, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mr. Sheehy, no.
The motion. The yeas are 36, the nays 63. The motion's not agreed to.
President, Mr. President.
Yes, sir. The senator from Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that for the remainder of the votes this evening, that all votes be limited to 17 minutes, and that at the end of 17 minutes, voting automatically expires ipso facto without any discretion whatsoever.
Is there objection? Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President.
He's seeking recognition.
Mr. President.
Order.
Mr. President.
The majority leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I understand the Senate's received H.J. Res. 140 from the House.
The senator is correct.
I move to proceed to H.J. Res. 140.
The clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to H.J. Res. 140, joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval under.
The senator from Minnesota.
Mr. President, I rise to make a point of order, and I ask for 1 minute of comment without objection.
Is there objection? Without objection.
Mr. President, allowing public land orders to be rescinded under the Congressional Review Act, which is what would be happening here tonight, is a dangerous precedent that would affect every state in our country. Public land orders have never been previously submitted by any administration, including the first Trump administration, as a rule under the CRA. Using the CRA to undo this public land order would establish a new precedent, allowing future Congresses to undo with no time limit any public land order and potentially any administrative action. So think of what this might mean, colleagues. Examples of orders that could be overturned years after the fact would include fossil fuel and mining leases, permits and permitting denials, any rule or determination of any administrative law matter. So, colleagues, I ask you not to set this precedent today that any land order dating back to 19 96 could be overturned on a party line vote with no environmental review. So I make a point of order that HJ Resolution 140 is not entitled to expedited procedures under the Congressional Review Act because Public Land Withdrawal Order 7917 is not a rule within the meaning of the Congressional Review Act. And HJ Resolution 140 does not meet all of the requirements of Section 802 of the Congressional Review Act under the precedent set on May 21st, 2025.
The chair submits the question to the Senate. It is a point of order well taken.
Mr. President, I move to table.
Majority Leader.
I move to table the point of order and ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? Appears to be. Clerk.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Mr. Armstrong, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Armstrong, Barrasso, Budd, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoeven, Hyde-Smith, Kennedy, Lee, Lummis, Moody, Moran, Marino, Hall, Rounds, Scott of Florida, Sullivan, Thune, Wicker, and Young. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Also Brooks, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Collins, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Fetterman, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hirono, Kelly, Kim, Klobuchar, Lujan, Murphy, Murray, Padilla, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mr. King, no. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Ossoff, no. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Welch, no. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Langford. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks, aye. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn, aye.
No, I want to run.
Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Ms. Warren. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mrs. Britt. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Bennett, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Grassley, aye.
The Senate's in a vote.
Mr. President,
The Senate's in a vote.
I am asking to enforce the Senate's my successful motion.
No debate is in order. The Senate's in a roll call vote.
Well, we're violating Senate rules, Mr. President.
Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. McConnell.
Shouldn't put you in that position.
Mr. McConnell, aye.
The clerk is tallying the vote.
Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 50. On this vote, the yeas are 51, the nays are 48. The motion to table is agreed to. The questions on the motion to proceed? Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Mr. Armstrong, Ms. Baldwin,
It's okay.
Banks says I agree.
Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso. What? Sir? Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Mrs. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman. Kane. Kane, no. Gotcha.
I slept with my knees in your armpit.
I got you. I got you.
Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd.
Not to think about having sex.
Ms. Cantwell.
I know. Because I went to a dinner.
Mr. Cassidy.
I'll take over. Sure.
Well, I was filling in for you.
I know. That's why
No, good. Yeah.
Ms. Collins.
Marino.
Yep. Thanks.
Wow, you have a big book out with notes.
Gotcha.
This sounds scary. This looks scary.
Ricketts. Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis. Thank you. Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth.
That's fine. She said, and it sounded all positive.
Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee. I did, thank you. Thank you. Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, thank you. Thank you. Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Ms. Murkowski? Yes. Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slatkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Armstrong, Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Capito, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hoven, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Marino, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of South Carolina, Sullivan, Thune, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Mr. Justice. Aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Senators voting in the negative: also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Tillis, Van Hollen, Warnock, Warren, Welch, and Wyden. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Ms. Collins, no. Mr. Warner, no. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Lujan, no. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Sheehy. Aye. Mr. Scott of Florida. Aye. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Hawley. Aye. Mr. Moran, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 51 and the nays are 49, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the resolution.
HJ Res 140, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management and so forth.
From Minnesota?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise tonight.
Please, can we have order, please?
I rise tonight thinking about my beloved Minnesota and thinking about all of the people in Minnesota and around the country that love the Boundary Waters. And I want to talk for a while about the Congressional Review Act resolution. This is House Joint Resolution 140 that is before us tonight. And I want to speak directly to my colleagues about the CRA and why I think it's so important that we vote no on this CRA. So, Mr. President, what this CRA would do is it would roll back protections for the Boundary Waters Wilderness, which is in northeastern Minnesota. This is a picture of just one of the many glorious scenes of what you find in the Boundary Waters, which I'll be talking about more this evening. This CRA, as I said, would roll back protections for the Boundary Waters Wilderness in northeastern Minnesota. What it would do is it would allow copper sulfide mining in the watershed of the Boundary Waters, and this would be devastating to the wilderness. The decision that this body makes will have long-term implications for the Boundary Waters, and it will also have long-term implications for how we protect public lands around this country going forward. So I want to start with the core point that Minnesota is a mining state. We support mining, just not mining in this place. Minnesota is a mining and natural resources state. Mining is so important to our economy. We are proud to be the number one source of iron ore in the whole country. And we produced 3/4 of the iron that went into the tanks and planes that led us to victory in World War II. And we are still producing most of the nation's iron ore today. And it is also true, Mr. President, that there are other potential mines currently under consideration and development in Minnesota, not iron ore mines, but other mines that would produce copper and nickel. Responsible mining is an economic driver in our state. It is part of our history and it is part of our future. So, why oppose this CRA? Why would we oppose this CRA, which I would tell you will pave the way for developing a copper sulfide mine right on the doorstep of the Boundary Waters? Oh, I want to start this discussion tonight by giving 3 simple and basic reasons. The first is that this is an incredibly special place, beloved by Minnesotans and beloved by people all around the country. And this mine poses an unacceptable threat to this place. The Boundary Waters, if you have not been there, Mr. President, it is 1 million acres of lakes and bogs and rivers. It is a wealth of hunting and fishing resources. People go there to canoe all the time. They go there in the wintertime to dog sled and to ice fish. I was there last summer, Mr. President, and I saw 2 wolves just in one day on a day trip to the Boundary Waters. It is some of the cleanest water that you will find anywhere in this country. You can drink the water right out of the middle of the lakes. You'll find lake trout and northern pike and walleye. There is no better place in the world for it. And over 150,000 people visit this incredible place every year. And so what that means is that the outdoor recreation economy in northern Minnesota benefits greatly from the Boundary Waters. This generates thousands of jobs. It supports hundreds of local small businesses, and it generates millions in economic activity. Outdoor recreation is also a significant economic driver in the region around the Boundary Waters Wilderness. And what happens here with this mine that will be allowed by the CRA is that this mine puts this incredible resource and the economic benefits of this resource at great risk. It's kind of unbelievable to know that this kind of mine, in 100% of the instances where they have been built, has caused pollution. What happens is you bring up the rock from underground, the sulfide in the rocks interacts with the water and the oxygen. My colleague, Senator Heinrich is an expert on this. That rock interacts with the water and the oxygen, and it creates basically sulfuric acid. And that sulfuric acid flows directly into the boundary waters and on into Voyageurs National Park. We have a map here so you can see how the water flows. And this sulfuric acid, of course, is extremely dangerous, not just for fish and wildlife and the whole ecosystem of the boundary waters, but also for the humans that recreate there, that swim in this water, that canoe in this water. And this is, Mr. President, why backcountry hunters and anglers, why sportsmen's groups, why Trout Unlimited and Pheasants Forever and outdoor people of all kinds have weighed in and said, no, simply this is the wrong thing to do, not this mine in this place. Even descendants of the great President Theodore Roosevelt have said that we should protect this natural treasure and leave it as it is. And this is also why, Mr. President, why this mine is so unpopular in Minnesota. A recent poll showed that 70% of Minnesotans across the political spectrum, independents, Republicans, and Democrats, agreed that protecting the boundary waters from sulfide-based mine pollution should be a very important priority for elected officials in the state. And 61% of Minnesotans have said that they support establishing a permanent protection for public lands within the boundary waters watershed. So that's the first reason, because this place is so special and because this mine is so dangerous to this place. But the second reason why, colleagues, we should oppose this CRA is that it sets an incredibly unprecedented and dangerous use of the Congressional Review Act. Now, we know that the Congressional Review Act is a way for Congress to double-check the executive branch if Congress feels that the executive has passed a regulation that goes too far, if it didn't follow the laws that Congress passed. If the executive passes a regulation that Congress feels doesn't reflect the will of Congress, then Congress can, within 60 days, say, nope, you can't do that. That doesn't make sense. But that is not what is happening with the CRA before this body tonight. Because for the first time ever, the House is asking the Senate to apply the CRA process, not to a rule, but to a statute, to a public land order. They want to claw back a public land order that was put into effect legally and lawfully 3 years ago. This was never the intention of the Congressional Review Act. It has never been used in this way to overturn a mineral withdrawal or any public land order, and especially not a withdrawal that was a mineral withdrawal that was finalized 3 years ago, like this one was. Now, I know that many of my Republican colleagues are thinking about this, and they're asking themselves, like, what does this mean? What are the implications of this? What would happen if this were to pass, this CRA were to pass? And ask yourself, what would you do if the shoe was on the other foot? What would you do if we set this precedent where we say that with a simple partisan majority, Congress can claw back a public land order that has been in place potentially for years or decades? What might that mean in North Dakota, in Montana, in Utah, in Arizona, in any state in the country, if these public land orders could be undone so easily? I mean, it would be chaos, I think. The third reason that I want to talk about why it is so important to oppose this Congressional Review Act before us today, this House resolution, is that this will violate tribal treaty rights in a way that is strongly opposed by tribal nations, not only in Minnesota, but also around the country. These are tribal nations, indigenous people that have lived in northern Minnesota, on the borderlands of northern Minnesota for time immemorial, and they have treaties with the federal government, particularly the Treaty of 1854, which grants to these tribes, in exchange for the land that they gave up hundreds of years ago, it grants them hunting and fishing rights and also the rights to harvest manoomin, which is wild rice. And yet this CRA before us today completely abrogates those tribal treaty rights. It ignores the responsibility of the federal government to consult with tribes, which has not been done. And that is why so many of the tribes across the country have come together to oppose this. This includes the Grand Portage Band and all the other members of the Minnesota Chippewa tribe. It includes the National Congress of American Indians, which passed a resolution urging the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs to at least hold a hearing on the implications of this before this legislation, this resolution passes the Senate. Tribal nations across the country have spoken out, including the Midwest Alliance of Sovereign Tribes, White Earth Nation, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, Prairie Band of Potawatomi Nation, the Eastern Shoshone. They have all come out in opposition to this CRA. So, Mr. President, before I hand over to my dear colleague from Minnesota, the senior senator from Minnesota, Senator Klobuchar, I want to address one question that I've heard made in favor of this mine and just kind of flesh this out for folks. Now, some people will say that we need to pass the CRA for its national security benefits. They claim that this mine will provide much needed sources for critical minerals. But I ask colleagues to think about what is really going on here and who will be the owner of these minerals, because that is very important as you think about this national security argument. Because just because these minerals are mined on American land, on public land, on national forest land, that does not mean that they will be reserved for American markets. In fact, the copper and nickel mined in the Duluth complex, which is where the Boundary Waters is, where this mine would essentially be brought out of the ground. They would be shipped to the Pacific coast. They would be taken to China, where they would be smelted, and there they will either be sold by the company that is doing all of this, a foreign international conglomerate from Chile, Antofagasta. They will be either sold there or sold back to the United States to be paid for by all of us. This mine is wholly owned by Antofagasta, a massive Chilean conglomerate with billionaire owners. It is one of the largest foreign mining companies in the world. And they have deep ties to the Chinese government and its mineral processing operations. Most recently, Antofagasta secured record-breaking zero-cost processing agreements with the Chinese copper smelters, all of which are state-owned in whole or in part. So what we're doing here is we are creating a pathway for this foreign company to build a mine, pollute the Boundary Waters, send the minerals to China, where they'll be processed with this sweetheart deal and then sold on the open market. And that is not an America First strategy. So I encourage my colleagues to take a look at who's benefiting from this mine, and it certainly will not be in the long run Minnesotans. There are no real winners here except for this massive Chilean company. So, Mr. President, in a few hours, we're going to be voting on this resolution, and I urge my colleagues to vote no on rolling back protections for the Boundary Waters Wilderness Area. We can support mining in Minnesota and in this country, but not this mine in this place. We can be good stewards of our natural resources and support mining, but not this mine. These public lands belong to all of us, and we should not allow them to be exploited for our loss and the gain of others far, far away. With that, I would yield the floor to my colleague, Senator Klobuchar, who has been such a strong champion for Minnesota for so many years.
President.
Senator from Minnesota.
Mr. President, I thank Senator Smith. This bill is an unprecedented use of a procedural mechanism that would have far-reaching consequences, not just for the Boundary Waters, as Senator Smith has explained, but for public lands across our country. So I have always supported science-based review, especially a project so close to this cherished Boundary Waters canoe area. And I continue to have concerns about this administration's disregard for science. So, as many of my colleagues know, I am the granddaughter of an iron ore miner. My great-grandparents came from Slovenia, and that was a job that my great-grandpa came to do. He died very young from his work, and then my grandpa took it up, and he started very, very young, underground mines with a number of brothers and sisters that he took care of when his parents died, married my grandma, and this was his life. And he loved that life. But he mostly also loved the time he had in the outdoors. He loved to hunt, he loved to fish, and every day he would go down 1,500 feet in that cage in that mine, and I always thought about what he thought about with that black lunch bucket that my grandma packed for him every single day in that little house that they had taken when a mine closed down in Babbitt, and they put it on the back of a flatbed truck, and they blew a hole with dynamite in the ground and put that house on top of it. That was their life. And my grandpa worked most of his life in the mines and had so many friends. He became, in his later years, the foreman of the mine, and I would meet people when I was first running for United States Senate up in northern Minnesota that would say to me, you know, my dad worked with your grandpa. And whenever they explored a dangerous part of the mine, the other foreman wouldn't go. They'd radio down from above. But your grandpa, he went first. He went with the guys, and he went down in the mine. Such a big part of my life. And that's why I have stood with our miners. I have stood with them when we had steel dumping from China and brought President Obama's chief of staff up to northern Minnesota, met with our steel workers and our unions. I have stood with our workers through good times and bad, and will continue to do that. We have, as Senator Smith explained, some exciting new projects up there like Mesabi Metallics, which is going to be a big taconite mine, modern mine with some of the biggest equipment in the country. And we will have more. But what this is about today is something else. Because my grandpa always got that balance. It was a balance of the working life that we must continue up in northern Minnesota, and a balance of the world around him, that world where he loved to hunt and he loved to fish. I was 18 years old before I took a vacation that didn't involve a tent or a camper in one way or in the other. I grew up in a family that valued the outdoors. My mom and dad met in the Twin Cities Hiking Club. And generations of Minnesotans have found this same joy, hiking, paddling, camping in the Boundary Waters and our beautiful parks. But I don't think they would have ever expected this. HJ Resolution 140, as I noted, is an unprecedented use of a procedural mechanism that would have far-reaching consequences, not just for the BWCA, but for other public lands. Secretaries of the Interior have long had the ability to issue public land orders to reserve federal land for specific uses, setting it aside for things like infrastructure, certain military purposes, training and border security, or protection and conservation. And public land orders are carefully made. The U.S. Forest Service and Bureau of Land Management gathers public input. They hold town halls, they analyze impacts. But now, for the first time, the Congressional Review Act is being used to rescind a public land order. Public land orders have never been considered rules under the CRA and have never been submitted to Congress as rules. Today, the CRA before the Senate is being used simply as a way of revoking the land withdrawal without having to conduct that public engagement. And this unprecedented use of the CRA will have broader disruptive impacts on land management agencies' ability to oversee public lands all across the country. This process is focused on northern Minnesota today, but this new precedent could lead to Congress overturning public land orders elsewhere. The Bureau of Land Management and Forest Service have long been trusted with working with landowners, nearby towns and counties, and others to develop plans for managing public lands. This is often a give and take process built on trust. But this Congress, for the first time, has disrupted decades of work by the Bureau of Land Management and has stepped in the way of locally led land management. These CRA resolutions disregard extensive public input. If this CRA resolution were approved, public access to some of the nation's most treasured landscapes could be lost and the careful management of their lands and waters eliminated. There are hundreds of public land orders that have been issued to protect our public lands that could be put at risk. The Charles M. Russell National Wildlife Refuge in Montana, considered a sportsman paradise for its elk and bighorn sheep hunting. The 355,000 acres of federal land near the Chaco Canyon National Historical Park in New Mexico. The precedent potentially being established today could pave over the comprehensive process undermining these landowners. The CRA even threatens the protected status of the Grand Canyon, which happens to sit on significant mineral deposits. This precedent could lead to CRA resolutions beyond the BLM's work. Forest Service plans might be the next land management agencies Congress attempt to disrupt using this process. This ultimately could lead to Washington micromanaging public lands, rather than letting the people and experts that are live near the forest, grasslands, and waterways have a say. So look at who is concerned about what's happening in the Senate today, the groups that are supportive of what I've been talking about here and are against this effort. American Fisheries Society, American Fly Fishing Trade Association, American Hunters and Anglers, Angler Action Foundation, Backcountry Hunters and Anglers, Bass Anglers Sportsman Society, Bass Fly Fishers International, the Isaac Walton League of America, Minnesota Trout Unlimited, Minnesota Wildlife Federation, National Deer Association, National Wildlife Federation, North American Falconers Association, North American Grouse Partnership, Pheasants Forever, Quail Forever, Sportsmen for the Boundary Waters, Theodore Roosevelt Conservation Partnership, Trout Unlimited, Whitetails Unlimited, Wildlife Management Institute, the American Canoe Association, the Outdoor Alliance, Outdoor Life, Outdoor Realtor. So maybe some time should be taken to listen to what some of these national groups are saying that care about what my grandpa and my dad cared about. And that is public lands that can be used for recreation, for canoeing, for hunting, and for fishing. So I'll end with this, Mr. President. Sigurd Olson, the great Ely, Minnesota author and conservationist, wrote that joys come from simple and natural things: mists over meadows, sunlights on leaves, the path of the moon over water. This is the Boundary Waters. So Sigurd Olson just happened to be the dean of Ely Junior College, and yet he rose to this national fame. And that's when my dad met him, because my dad went to a 2-year college, Ely Junior College, because my grandma believed that somehow that would launch his career in journalism. She happened to be right, but no one would have believed it then. But Sigurd Olson was then the college dean. My dad and Sigurd Olson maintained a friendship for many years, powered by their shared love for the written word, for the Boundary Waters, and for their efforts to preserve Minnesota's forests and parks. In 1977, President Jimmy Carter signed into law Hubert Humphrey's bill, and this is the desk that I stand at today, Hubert Humphrey's desk, to protect this area by creating the Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness. And now the Boundary Waters are now the most visited wilderness area in the country, welcoming 150,000 people each year. Over the course of my dad's career, he wrote 8,400 columns, more than a few of which were dispatches from the Boundary Waters. Speaking to the complexity of this national wonder, my dad wrote about the Boundary Waters, "This is a place of woods and lakes and repose most of the time, where a person can roam or drift or watch and listen, and that is not so much different in winter than in summer." He called it 1,000,000 acres of waterway and forest, unlike any in the United States. And my grandpa, who loved that area, loved the forest, understood that you can make both things work. But not when you're messing around with rules, not when you're not even taking the time to look at what's happening here to our public lands, and instead are just making this decision at night and going home for the day. I thank Senator Smith for her work, and I ask my colleagues to vote with us and listen to us about what's going on here. Thank you. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Senator. Mr. President.
Senator from Minnesota.
Thank you, Senator Klobuchar. Senator Klobuchar, you and I have known each other for many years, and I never knew that your father was friends and colleagues with Sigurd Olson, which is really incredible. He is such a storyteller of this particular part, this amazing, beautiful part of the world. So thank you for sharing that. And also thank you for the incredible representation that you have provided to northern Minnesota and all of Minnesota for so many years. Your deep roots in Minnesota's Iron Range it gives you so much credibility across the state, and particularly on this issue. So thank you. And Mr. President, I would believe that Senator Baldwin wants to say something.
Thank you for your leadership, Senator Smith. And I also want to note the powerful words that Senator Klobuchar just shared. She took me down memory lane as we remember conservationists and folks that came from our states. And just earlier today, I was noting with my staff that next week we'll be commemorating the 56th anniversary of Earth Day, the first Earth Day. And it was Gaylord Nelson, a senator in this body, who brought forth the whole concept of respecting the earth and celebrating with a day focused on celebration of the earth. Wisconsin was also home for large portions of their lives, Aldo Leopold and John Muir. And hearing those accounts makes me feel especially humbled and honored to rise to speak to this resolution, this joint resolution that is before the Senate right now that we really must defeat. I want to share with my colleagues what is at stake if the Senate removes protections from the Boundary Waters. The Boundary Waters Wilderness Area is one of the most pristine freshwater systems in the entire country. And if these protections are rolled back and mining moves forward, there is no restoring. There's no restoration of this watershed. It will be risking permanent damage for the profits of a multi-billion-dollar foreign mining company, and I'll return to that in a moment. We must recognize who will be most affected by revoking the protections that have been in place for decades, and for good reason. Tribal nations in this region have lived with and depended upon the Boundary Waters for generations. These lands are sacred to the Ojibwe people. Tribes have treaty rights to hunt, to fish, and to gather. Voting for this resolution would betray our centuries-old treaties between the United States and the Chippewa of Lake Superior. We cannot say that we respect tribal sovereignty while undermining the very resources that those rights depend upon. There is a reason that the Boundary Waters is also America's most popular and water-rich wilderness area. Its 1.1 million acres contain more than 1,000 pristine lakes and 1,200 miles of river and stream. Voting for this resolution risks the destruction of the region's prized natural resources, where the wild rice beds and fisheries are thriving, and the water is clean and safe to drink. People come from all over this country to recreate on the Boundary Waters, fish in the lakes, hunt in the forests. Before my colleagues vote to greenlight a mining operation, I urge them to come see the beauty and the magic of the Boundary Waters. I have done so. It was an amazing experience. And I've heard from so many Wisconsinites who've shared their stories, their memories. And they cannot fathom the idea that Congress would take the step that we're on the precipice of taking. As well, I've heard from our 11 federally recognized tribal nations and their strong opposition. Our waters, our rivers, our lakes are all a part of the way of life in the Midwest. They provide fresh drinking water. They are endless sources of recreation, and they bring tourism to our states. You know, this area in particular generates over $900 million in annual tourism revenue and sustains roughly 17,000 jobs. Rural towns across the region depend on the protection of the wilderness area and its natural resources. Family-owned small businesses that provide guiding and fishing and outdoor recreation will not survive if the water is polluted and the wilderness is degraded. The boundary waters must not be put at risk of perpetual pollution, which is what this resolution would do. I also just want to make it clear to my colleagues who actually stands to benefit if this resolution passes the Senate. While we have heard that rolling back protections for the boundary waters would bring economic opportunities for the region, that is false. The profits from the mining contract that this resolution aims to fast track are ultimately going overseas to benefit a Chilean multinational organization and China's industrial supply chain. That's right, after enabling the destruction of one of our most pristine natural resources, those very resources are expected to be sold to China. With this resolution, the majority will be cashing out on a mining deal that has no long-term benefit to our economy or workforce. The short-term gain of a mining contract cannot compete with the benefits of protecting the region that already generates, as I said earlier, over $900 million annually in tourism revenue and sustains nearly 17,000 jobs. This resolution does not invest in the future of communities across the boundary waters, nor does it respect the treaties with our tribal nations. Its passage would come at public expense, while the profits from the project flow to foreign corporations. I invite my colleagues who have never yet made it to the boundary waters to come and experience it for yourself. I encourage you to meet with the tribes and small businesses in the region and see for yourself what we stand to lose. And I implore my colleagues not to jeopardize the future of one of the most pristine freshwater ecosystems in America and override tribal rights. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this resolution, and I yield.
Mr. President.
Senator from Minnesota.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to just thank my colleague from Wisconsin for her powerful words and her longtime support for the boundary waters and for treaty rights and for American jobs and American-made products. And so I just so greatly appreciate you being here today and in support of this, and appreciate very much. I also really appreciate my colleague, Senator Heinrich from New Mexico, being here today as well to talk about how important this is and why this matters so much to him. I know Senator Heinrich is planning a trip to the Boundary Waters this summer, and we'll all be able to hear stories of that when you get back. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield.
Senator from New Mexico.
Well, I want to thank my colleague from Minnesota for her endless advocacy for this special place, one of America's true gems. And I do hope to make it to the Boundary Waters this summer. Last July, I was supposed to be in the Boundary Waters. I had long planned a trip with my family. It was to be our first time exploring the Boundary Waters. My family made it. I did not. We were my wife Julie, my sons Mike and Carter had an incredible time that they will always remember. They paddled their canoes across lakes. They portaged from lake to lake. They slept under a blanket of stars that most people in Washington, D.C. could never imagine because they can't see it. And I was supposed to be part of that trip. I was stuck here fighting to strip out the public land sell-off language from the Republican budget bill. They sent me lots of pictures afterwards, pictures of the northern pike here that my son caught, my son Micah. My wife, Julie, was able to spend some really quality wilderness time with both of our sons before they went off to their respective colleges for the year. She basically told me that they ate more food on this trip than most rugby teams. And like my family, millions, literally millions of Americans have hunted and fished and paddled and traversed the Boundary Waters. And in fact, it has an almost religious connotation among sportsmen in particular. And it's somewhat amazing to me to see a Republican Party that used to have such fidelity to hunters and anglers basically roll all of the organizations that my colleague from Minnesota rattled off who said this is not the right place for this. Organizations like Pheasants Forever and Backcountry Hunters and Anglers and Teddy Roosevelt Conservation Partnership and on and on and on. But that's where we are today. You know, stories from the Boundary Waters, stories of stalking whitetail and grouse are passed down from generation to generation in the Midwest. Legendary stories of lake trout and northern pike and walleye abound, sometimes with the fish actually getting bigger with each telling of the story. And the water, as the senator from Minnesota, Senator Smith, said, is some of the cleanest you will find anywhere in the lower 48. It is a bucket list, once-in-a-lifetime destination for so many public landowners. And that is precisely what's at risk with this vote. One of our nation's true crown jewels. So let's back up a little bit for folks who don't have a firsthand knowledge of what the Boundary Waters is, where it is, and do a little explaining. That the Boundary Waters is one of the most incredible, intact wilderness landscapes left in our nation. It is an absolute tapestry of lakes and streams consisting of well over 1,000 individual lakes, 2,000 designated campsites, hundreds of miles of rivers and streams. The Boundary Waters contain the largest contiguous landscape of uncut forest remaining in the eastern United States. And the 3 million acre Superior National Forest in which the Boundary Water sits contains fully 20% of all the fresh water in the entire National Forest system. An incredible figure. And in fact, this wilderness was so important that Teddy Roosevelt himself, President Roosevelt, set it aside as part of the Superior National Forest all the way back in 1909. Almost half a century later, Congress voted overwhelmingly to include the Boundary Waters as one of the original units of the national wilderness system. And in many ways, Minnesotans rely on the Boundary Waters to support their local economy. Every year, the Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness draws more visitors than any other wilderness area in the entire nation. This recreation supports 17,000 Minnesotan jobs, and it contributes roughly $1 billion in annual sales and preserves and shares, more importantly, a way of life that has been passed down from generation to generation. And this is a place, this is an area that is no stranger to threats. In addition to containing so many of the natural resources that come with the wilderness, the area also contains copper. And I should say, for one, there's a long history of iron mining in this area. And I grew up the son of someone who worked for Anaconda Copper, the grandson of somebody who was a gold miner. But I want to talk a little bit about the difference between some of these Iron Range mines that mine ore that is just chemically inert. It is chemically stable. When you mine for iron, you're basically mining iron oxide, you're mining rust, and then you're turning that back into iron. This is not that kind of mine. This is a copper sulfide mine, and the company that wants to mine here called Twin Metals, and that sounds so Minnesotan. I think they might have picked it to sound Minnesotan. It's actually a subsidiary of a Chilean mining company called Antofagasta. They want to build this copper nickel mine less than a mile upstream from the Boundary Waters on a spit of land between two waterways. And let me explain a little bit about what it looks like to mine copper in a place like the Boundary Waters, and particularly when you're mining copper sulfide ore. The company will have to dig some very deep shafts to reach these very deep ore bodies. They will then remove many millions of tons for processing, millions and millions of tons of copper sulfur ore. And after they remove what copper and nickel is economically recoverable in that ore, they will dump as much as 100 million tons of waste rock and low-grade ore on the site, never to be removed. Now, deep underground, the copper, it's locked up in this ore rich in sulfur. But that ore has never been exposed to water. It's never been exposed to oxygen or air. And when you bring it to the surface and you let it sit out in a pile and you expose it to air and water, oxygen bonds with that sulfur. And when you bond oxygen to sulfur, you get sulfuric acid. Sulfuric acid is one of the hardest waste products you can imagine to try and control. The waste rock that has been dumped on the site will naturally form sulfuric acid. That acid will then dissolve toxic heavy metals present in the waste rock. And then you have this toxic stew of heavy metals along with sulfuric acid. Now, there's no plan to remove all this waste from the mine site. So it's basically a ticking time bomb of acid and heavy metals. Studies by the EPA say that the odds of sulfuric acid polluting the Boundary Waters under this scenario is highly likely. And I'll do you one better. It has a perfect track record of polluting water. That is according to the peer-reviewed study on sulfide ore copper mining that drove the 2023 decision to ban mining in the area. It's also my personal experience as a former natural resources trustee who had to negotiate with copper companies who polluted water with the same technology. So it's not just highly likely, it is guaranteed. Sulfide mining in the Rainy River watershed will cause certain irreversible pollution to the Boundary Waters. Think again about eating those fish that you caught or drinking the water that you dipped from the middle of the lake. Because the thing about sulfuric acid poisoning is it's invisible. You can't see it, but it makes water unsafe to drink. Sulfuric acid also lowers the pH level of water, changing entire ecosystems. At high levels, fish that rely on healthy water to live literally experience respiratory failure in water poisoned by sulfuric acid. They literally drown to death. They'll not be able to reproduce normally. Their food sources will be tainted, meaning entire fish populations of lake trout and smallmouth bass are at risk. The sulfuric acid produced by this mine will leach heavy metals like lead or mercury or copper into that same water. That will then accumulate in the bodies of fish and wildlife that consume that water. And when people eat meat and fish with heavy metals, they accumulate in our bodies too. This isn't a myth, it's a virtually guaranteed outcome. Because we know that plans for the mine include storing over 100 million tons of waste rock, of toxic waste rock on the edge of the wilderness, upstream of the boundary waters. Think about how much that is. Let's visualize how much waste rock we're talking about being dumped and never removed from this mine site. 100 million tons is like 740,000 Boeing 777 airplanes. It's twice the mass of all the living people on Earth. It's 500 times the weight of the Empire State Building sitting there generating toxic acid. And it's the amount of toxic waste that Antofagasta, a foreign mining company that plans to sell the copper to foreign countries, plans to store on the edge of the largest patch of wild rivers and forests in our country, the place that has 20% of all the fresh water in our national forest system. The damage is really unthinkable, but it's also irreversible, because currently we don't have any technology available that is capable of reversing sulfuric acid contamination. This is bad. It's so bad that in 2016, even before there was a mineral withdrawal, the Obama administration canceled the mine's lease. And in 2023, after years of review and overwhelming public support, a 20-year mineral withdrawal was established in the Rainy River watershed, home to the Boundary Waters. And that decision reflects common sense. Some places are too valuable to gamble with. With today's technology, if it's a gamble, why not wait 30 years when maybe that technology is a sure bet? But it's not a sure bet today. That decision also reflected the voices of the American people, because the assessment that led to the mineral withdrawal was completed by the U.S. Forest Service in 2022, and it included hundreds of thousands of public comments, 675,000 public comments, over 95% of which favored the withdrawal area being withdrawn from non-ferrous mining, sulfide mining. Today, 70% of Minnesotans oppose mining in the Boundary Waters. And instead of listening to Minnesotans and Americans from all over the country who care about this place, Republicans today are using an unprecedented, blunt force legislative method that includes zero public comment, no comment period, to make decisions about our public lands without any input from the people to whom those lands actually belong. And we can't talk about the Boundary Waters without also speaking of belonging and tribal communities. 3 tribes, the Bois Forte Band, the Fond du Lac Band, and the Grand Portage Band of Chippewa, have extensive treaty rights in northeastern Minnesota. These are rights to do things like hunt and fish and gather wild rice. These rights are guaranteed to them by the 1854 Treaty of La Pointe, and have been reaffirmed by federal courts over and over again. By overturning the public land order with a CRA resolution, Senate Republicans will not only cut tribes out of the conversation, but they disrespect the tribal treaty rights and directly risk those tribes' guaranteed access to their traditional way of life and subsistence use of this place. So since my Republican colleagues are refusing to include constituents' voices in this process, I'll bring a few of those from New Mexico to the floor here today. Dr. Brown from Santa Fe wrote me in urging that we oppose this vote. He said, "I canoed the Boundary Waters many times and can attest to its uniqueness. With some of the purest water in the United States, these lakes are visited and admired by thousands of Americans. Pollution of the Boundary Waters would be a tragedy for the nation and the world. Dr. Merriman from Albuquerque said, please vote no on HRES 140. Some things are worth more than money. Lee in Los Alamos wrote, I am writing to you to ask you to oppose HRES 140. The Boundary Waters Canoe Area is a national treasure, not just for Minnesotans, but for me and other New Mexicans as well. Naima in Santa Fe said, this is a hideous giveaway to corporate profiteers and cannot stand. Please vote no. From Dr. Bagney in Silver City, any short-term economic benefits would clearly not outweigh the long-term risks to the ecosystem and water supplies. Although it is in Minnesota, many similar public lands in New Mexico could be threatened by relaxing mining rules. Please oppose. Judy in Albuquerque wrote, I am aghast. Please do all that you can to stop this giveaway of our wonderful public lands. This happened despite all of the thousands of citizen signatures against the vote. From Roxanne in Rio Rancho, please vote against reversing the ban on mining. I am very concerned that the Trump administration is flying under the radar and doing a lot of damage that will be difficult or even impossible to reverse. Amy in Albuquerque, please do not allow this to happen. The Boundary Waters belong to all Americans, not to a Chilean mining company with contracts to process ore in China. Their voices matter because the Boundary Waters are our public lands, all of ours. President Teddy Roosevelt, who had the incredible foresight to protect this beautiful place, he had it right when he said we should see to it that they are preserved for our children and our children's children forever with their majestic beauty all unmarred. The way I look at public lands is that they are the closest, most tangible thing we have to being able to represent true Jeffersonian democracy. They are the thing, as we saw last June, that often unites us across the political spectrum. If you take these public lands away, you tear away the places where we are most free. This is an issue of heritage. It's an issue of our inheritance. And it's an issue for Minnesota, but it's not just an issue for Minnesota. It is an issue for our nation. It's about something bigger. It's a test of whether our public lands, a friend of mine likes to say, our public lands that are the anvil upon which we have forged our collective identity. Can that be stripped from us? Can it be stripped of their protections? You know, I'm going to summarize this one more time. We're going to allow a foreign mining company to take our minerals, to ship those minerals to China for processing, and then sell those back to us with a tariff on top. Like, how is that America first? It's not. And to risk this globally incredible, rare asset that is the Boundary Waters, for that, boy, that just seems really short-sighted to me. And I would urge every one of my colleagues, I would urge you to vote no on this Congressional Review Act resolution.
Mr. President.
Senator from Minnesota.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I want to thank my colleague from New Mexico for laying out the issues that are before us with this House resolution on the Boundary Waters so ably. And it's wonderful to have a colleague who not only is really good at being a legislator, but also is an outstanding hunter and fisherman. And then on top of that is also an engineer, so he can explain to us the impacts of this kind of mining on the environment with a scientific expertise that I just really value. So thank you so much, Senator Heinrich, for being here tonight to help tell the story of what the impact of this mine would be on this incredible place and why it's so important that the CRA be defeated. As I think about what I want people to know about this place, I can't help but think about the first time that I saw the Boundary Waters myself. Some of my colleagues may know that I was originally born in New Mexico. I've lived in Minnesota for over 40 years now, but I was originally born in New Mexico, and New Mexico is a desert climate. And so when I first came to Minnesota, I didn't quite know what to make of all the lakes and rivers and streams and the beautiful green everywhere. But I was married to a man who had spent his high school years up in the Boundary Waters, and he went to a camp up there where he would go up for weeks at a time and canoe throughout the Boundary Waters. And the Boundary Waters are connected to a big Canadian provincial park called the Quetico, and you literally can canoe from surface water in the Boundary Waters and get all the way to Hudson's Bay, which is just remarkable. I went up there for the first time to see this incredible place after Archie and I had lived in Minnesota for a few years, and I think in a lot of ways is when I first fell in love with Minnesota, the place of Minnesota, because I just couldn't believe all the water and the green and the wildlife, and also how wild it was. To be able to be out on the water in a canoe and feel like you were just so far away from the pressures of modern civilization. And yet, the Boundary Waters is really quite accessible to people. It is not one of those places that is a wilderness area that is impossible to get to, which is why, as we're talking about tonight, people have been hundreds of thousands of people are able to visit the Boundary Waters each year and be able to experience what it's like to be in this place. As I said earlier, the last time I was there was at the end of last summer, and we were in the Boundary Waters just for a day trip. And even on that day trip, we saw 2 wolves, which is like really incredible. You can imagine in the wintertime when it's so dark in that part of the world, long nights, the opportunity to see the aurora borealis, the northern lights is just really phenomenal. And in the summertime, the long northern summer evenings stretch on until 9:30 or 10 at night, and you have incredible opportunities to go fishing and just be at the camp and just enjoy it. It's really amazing. When I first went to the Boundary Waters with our kids, I started to get really interested in the history of this place, and I found it just fascinating to think about. So you've got, what today we think of as the Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness, which is 1 million acres of protected wilderness. But it's important, I think, as I was diving into the history of this place, to understand that historically, this has been the home of the Anishinaabe people, Ojibwe people in northern Minnesota. They lived in this place for generations and generations. They canoed and hunted and fished to support themselves and their families and their communities, and that was their home. Starting in the 18th century, the Boundary Waters got connected up through the fur trade routes as the voyageurs came, across all the way from across the Atlantic and then in through, what is now northern Minnesota and Canada. But it was at that point this just incredible resource for these fur trading routes that were a hugely big deal. That fur trade really drove what was happening in that part of the country in the 1700s and 1800s. French explorers and traders, they really opened up the area. The Northwest Company established a trading post at Grand Portage, and that was really kind of the economic driver. And in this moment, that this part of the country that is now the Boundary Waters experienced, huge transitions. But I think it's important for us all to understand that even though this is a wilderness place, it is a wild place, it has also always been a place where people were a part of what was happening in this country, and in this particular part of the country. Of course, over time, as the United States became a country and entered into relationships with the tribal nations that lived in this part of the country, that became sort of what drove a lot of the geopolitics, I guess you could say, of this part of the nation. In 1857, there was an enabling act of the United States Congress which granted land to support schools through the University of Minnesota. And then a little bit later, this is right about the time of the statehood for Minnesota. Minnesota was admitted into the Union in 1858. There was additional negotiating that happened, and Congress granted the right to the state to swap lands in order to pull big chunks of land together. By the time of about 1902, the U.S. Lands Office did it withdrew 500,000 acres in what is now the future, what is the future BWCA wilderness area, and they withdrew it from settlement, which was a really, really important thing, because at this time we were seeing massive development in northern Minnesota. Huge, massive timber resources were present in the state, and of course mineral resources, including iron. In 1904, at the request of the State Forestry Board, Congress granted 20,000 acres to the state for the Burnside Forest Reserve, and said in that situation that state forest reserves should be devoted not alone to the business of raising timber, but to the pleasures of all the people. It's interesting to me, I think about how Minnesota was, even back more than a century ago, was thinking carefully about how to balance the power and the vitality of our economy in northern Minnesota, with also the understanding that some of that most precious land needs to be set aside in a place where people can enjoy it. Over time, in 1909, the Superior National Forest was created by President Theodore Roosevelt, a great conservationist in our country's history. I often think of him as the man who really was the leader of the powerful Republican conservation movement in this country. So in 1909, President Theodore Roosevelt created the Superior National Forest, which from previously withdrawn lands that had been set aside, including what is now part of the Boundary Waters canoe area. There was continuing work both at the state level and at the federal level to create sort of game refuges and other places that would be a place where the incredible resources of the moose and caribou and other wild creatures would have a place to live, even as northern Minnesota was becoming increasingly developed. In 1926, the roadless wilderness area in the Superior National Forest was established by the Secretary of Agriculture at the time. That was 640,000 acres. And at that point they said the policy here is to retain as much as possible of the land which has recreational opportunities of this nature in the wilderness. The efforts of this country to continue to protect this area went forward in the 1930s with passage of the Shipstead-Newton-Nolan Act to protect water levels and lake shores. There had been some dams and other sort of navigational structures that had been built that was having an impact on how the water flowed in the Boundary Waters. And so here we had kind of a prohibition of those dams and logging within 400 feet of this recreational area to sort of protect the natural area. And then in the late 1920s and early 1930s, work continued to sort of establish what was this special place that was going to be protected. In 1938, the U.S. Forest Service established the Superior Roadless Primitive Area with boundaries that are today quite similar to what today is the Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness. In Minnesota, we know a lot about something called Tyblatnik. I can talk more about that, but in 1948, Congress passed the Tyblatnik area. And what happened then is that through the Tyblatnik area Act, resorts and other private lands in the wilderness were bought up, and we established something that is still very important to this day, something that I work on all the time, that in lieu of the property taxes that might have been achieved through those lands, there is a payment in lieu of taxes called Tyblatnik that goes to the counties up in northern Minnesota, Cook County and Lake County, St. Louis County, in exchange for what was this wilderness area for all of us to enjoy. In 1949, President Truman issued an executive order for basically an airspace reservation over the wilderness area to prohibit planes from flying in on the lakes and disrupting the experience of nature that people could have there. You were not allowed to fly lower than 4,000 feet over the wilderness. And then in 1958, the Forest Service changes the name of this place to the Boundary Waters Canoe Area, and it becomes a part of what we now know as the Boundary Waters. In 1964, another really important milestone happened for the protection of this incredible place, and that was when Congress passed the Wilderness Act, and the Boundary Waters Canoe Area became part of the National Wilderness Preservation System, with a clause that allowed for some logging and some use of motorized vehicles to continue in this area. In 1965, the Secretary of Agriculture at the time was Orville Freeman, who was a Minnesotan, and Secretary Freeman issued all sorts of management changes that were recommended to kind of further protect this area from logging and from motorized boats and zoning to make sure that it would stay in its most natural state. In 1978, Congress enacts the Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness Act, which eliminated, which protected this place in perpetuity, we would hope, to be the wilderness area that it is. This was a very, very important thing. It was somewhat controversial in Minnesota at the time, there is no doubt, but it has today become one of the most beloved places in Minnesota, thanks to the prescience of state and local leaders who went forward to protect this place. And I'm thinking, as I think about all of the people over so many generations who have been in this place for sustenance, for their food, for their housing, and in more modern times for their ability to get away from it all and to enjoy this place in ways that is so difficult. I'm thinking about all the people that I have heard from who have asked me to make sure that we're protecting this place. I think today, with a big thanks to everybody who's reached out to our office, I think today we had hundreds of phone calls into the office asking me to do everything I can to protect the Boundary Waters wilderness area. And honestly, over the last many weeks that this issue has been on the forefront of people's minds, we have gotten, I'm sure, just thousands and thousands and thousands of messages from people. And what's interesting about these messages is, you know, one, how many people have firsthand experience of this incredible place and what it means to them, and just the diversity of the stories that people have. I find this all the time when I go around Minnesota, and people will stop me and thank me for the work that I have done to protect this place, just the way that people want to tell the stories of what it has meant to them. I think today, especially in this time when it is so hard, especially for our young people, to get, I mean, all of us, you know, however old you are, to get away from technology and to just sort of be centered in that experience of being, you know, out in nature, it is causing people to be even more appreciative of what it means to have a wilderness area like this. So I'm going to just take a moment to read some of the stories that have been forwarded to me about the power of this place and the lives of people in Minnesota and across the country. This is a story from Grand Rapids, Minnesota, which is in the kind of northern part of the state, still south of the Boundary Waters. And it says, I am a 53-year-old that has lived in northern Minnesota her whole life. My family and I have enjoyed God's great North Woods and all it has to offer through canoeing and camping, water skiing, biking, campfires, hiking, swimming, and much more. To see and hear about the Boundary Waters possibly being condemned would be beyond a travesty. Just think, all of the animals, all of the family trips ended, tree growth, the disaster that would happen there, not to mention what it would do to the ecosystem and whatever else I cannot fathom right now. This is a message that was sent into me from Mahtomedi, Minnesota, which is more in the Twin Cities, sort of south central part of the state, in the Twin Cities area. This person wrote, "The Boundary Waters have been a very special place to me for a long time. I was first taken there by my father and my uncle, and it was the start of my relationship with my uncle, who was previously more distant from our family due to work. Since then, I have gone to the Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness once a year for the past few years with my father and my uncle. So many of my fondest memories are all from the Boundary Waters, and I hope to continue to make more of them, not only with my father and my uncle, but with my own children in the future as well." This is a message from someone from Farmington, Minnesota. Farmington is also in the kind of suburban metro area of Minneapolis and St. Paul. And this person said, "Me and my dad take a trip once yearly to canoe the Boundary Waters. I am 23 years old, and every year is incredibly special because the Boundary Waters are so important to my family. My dad proposed to my mom and the Boundary Waters. The Boundary Waters represents love, the wild, untamed American spirit, and my family. I want to be able to show my children pristine wilderness. I am begging you to act to protect the Boundary Waters." This is a message from Rochester, Minnesota, the home of Mayo Clinic and University of Minnesota Rochester, an incredible community. This person has written this: "I was 10 years old when I first visited the Boundary Waters with my dad and my grandfather. I have since visited numerous times, including in 2020 when my grandfather, who had been going to the Boundary Waters for 40 years, made his final visit. This place is now to my family not just a tranquil retreat, but also a time-honored family legacy and an act of remembrance for my grandfather. To allow the Boundary Waters to be permanently open for mining is to destroy one of the great natural gifts God has given Minnesota for current generations and generations to come." Now, I just want to pause on this because I think it's an opportunity to talk a little bit more about kind of help to locate in colleagues, in people's brains, like where this mine will be. And I have a map which shows how this all flows. So the Boundary Waters is this huge area, as we've said, 1 million acres of wilderness. And I'm going to orient you here. The green here is the Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness. And this is the border between Minnesota and Canada here. And this is the Quetico Provincial Park, which is this huge Canadian national park. It's really quite incredible. And then here you see Ely, Minnesota, which is a major entry point into the Boundary Waters. If you were to go Over here, you would find, I guess it's down here as I'm orienting myself on this map, you would see there's another, I guess it's over here, there's another access point that is commonly used by people in going into the boundary waters through the Gunflint Trail and Grand Marais, which is right here on Lake Superior. And what we're talking about here you can see, I'm going to give you the orientation here. The red area, this area here, this yellow and green stripes, which you can see here, this is where the Twin Metals deposits are, this mine that we're talking about. This is the deposits that would be developed by Antofagasta, by the Twin Metals mine, right here. The blue area the red area shows how the water flows on the map, and it gives you an idea of why, even though this mine is just slightly outside of the actual boundaries of the boundary waters, that for the practical purposes of the watershed and how the water moves, it might as well be inside the watershed in terms of how the damage to the water would flow, because you can see it's all connected. I mean, that's what happens with water; it flows. And so here you have Birch Lake. It flows up this way. This is the Namakan River, Namakan Lake. Up here is Rainy Lake. This is where close to where our kids went to camp. Cabatagama Lake is up here. All of this area is connected. And so when you hear colleagues, people telling you, you don't need to worry about this because this mine isn't in the boundary waters, that is not the point. The point is that it is in the watershed of the boundary waters, and that is how the damage is done.
Mr. President, I ask consent that Senator Smith's remarks appear uninterrupted in the record.
Senator from Nebraska is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask the unanimous consent that the Senator Smith's remarks appear uninterrupted in the record.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent the Committee on the Judiciary be discharged and the Senate now proceed to the consideration of S-Res 627.
The clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 627 designating March 5th, 2026 as National Slam the Scam Day and so forth.
Without objection, the committee is discharged and the Senate will proceed.
I ask that unanimous consent that the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motion be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the consideration of S-Res 673, which is at the desk.
The clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 673 supporting the goals and ideals of National Safe Digging Month.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motions be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Small Business and the Entrepreneurship be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 2066 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report.
H.R. 2066, an act to amend the Small Business Investment Act of 1958 and so forth, and for other purposes.
Without objection, the committee is discharged and the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.